Hello, hello out there. How are we doing? And again, working with a new piece of equipment here, so hey, how's this gonna work? Oh my god, that is beautiful. Hey everyone. This is crazy. I can swap between, are you kidding me? The lobby. Yeah, see, and then, oh what? This is so cool. Oh my god. I love this thing. Yeah, I got this Elgato Stream Deck, which, like, you know what? The Runekeeper was doing well, and I was like, man, I need to really kind of invest in stuff around here. So I picked this thing up, and look, I can, and see, look, it's got a mute button right here for my mic. Press it again, and then suddenly you can hear me now. Like, what? It's crazy. Usually I'd have to go into Streamlabs and mess with all that. And then look, I press this one right here. That'll send you guys back to the lobby. Oh, it's so cool. I love this thing. This is great. But it's also got a bunch of other cool functions on here. I can open up InDesign from here instead of clicking on the taskbar because apparently that's a chore I felt like I needed a shortcut to. So, hey, what's up, Trek? Looking for, oh, thank you. It's these $20 cardigans I get off of Amazon. Can I plug it into like Roll20 or something? It actually has a function to where you can do like voice mods and roll like dice and stuff on there. I know that Jordan, without the PH, whenever I posted up mine, he had said that that's one of the things he had used it for. And I can see how a tool like this could be really, really powerful for running D&D on a virtual tabletop. I haven't done that quite yet. They have a 32 key version that I really want to pick up that I'm like, $250, but oh man, it looks pretty sweet. Like, oh, is this the famous beer drinking stream you were? Did I promise a beer drinking stream? Was that a thing? I don't specifically remember that. Although it is Easter Sunday here, and I don't think I can get beer anywhere in Oklahoma. So, oh wait, actually, Trek, you might check the. Trek, you might, if you don't mind checking it, there's a hair on my microphone, checking out the survey responses, that sheet that we've been passing back and forth, and just making sure that the standard deviation calculations are kind of working right. I think that they are. Can it make me sound like a robot in the same, yep. Yeah, there's a voice mod program, voice mod plugin that you can get for Elgato Stream Deck that'll actually mod out your, you know, you can do different voices on the fly real quick. But it's one that I haven't really wanted to mess with on here quite yet. I think, honestly, having something like a Stream Deck makes me think that, like, I might want to check out potentially running D&D on a virtual tabletop again. No big promises there or anything like that, but I think it could be kind of cool to open that up for, you know, I don't, maybe Patreon sponsors or maybe just running games like a 2-hour session or something like that. I don't know. Oh yeah, I did do some conditional formatting just to make it look pretty, but yeah, I think it could be really cool to run, like actually run D&D now, especially I've got a new thing coming in for the studio that's going to be really sweet. What the fuck is my average formula? What do you mean? Average deviation? Is that what you're talking about? Maybe? But I've got, so you guys probably can't see from right here, but there's a big ass flat screen TV that one of our buddies that moved into town didn't have a place to hang up his TV, so he let us hang up that like 50-inch whatever he's got in our living room, and I'm like, sweet. Well, what are we gonna do with the TV we were using? So it's just been like sitting here collecting dust in my office, and I'm like, I kind of want to. Do I really need a third monitor? I thought about like I've got 2 monitors right here, and I thought, you know, not gonna lie, playing Elden Ring on that thing right above the computer screen, now that I got this new chair, oh, it's gonna be a fun summer. So yeah, I'm waiting on the corner mount for that to get in. The eye patch is killer. This is actually just a clip-on to my glasses that makes it to where I don't have to deal with the leather strap rubbing against my ear all the time. Yeah, I found these on Amazon for like $3. Oh, they're so, yeah. It's like, women, imagine something doing all the functions of a bra, only you don't have to deal with wearing a bra. Like, it's great. So what do you mean by the average before we get super into it? Summer? Yeah. This summer. Oh, man. I have... Part of what we'll be talking about today, kind of me planning out whatever projects I'm going to be working on. You want to make a table with a flat screen in it, you have a virtual map and figurines. Yeah, I thought about doing that, because, like, we've got this one, and I thought it would be cool to make the screen to where, you know, whatever. But what I would love, and I would really consider actually running a virtual tabletop game, is if I had the map up here above my monitors, and like I could have the character stats or whatever on this monitor. I'm running stream over here. I'd want to give it a few test runs before I really implemented it or even like live streamed. But I've also just not really been like, I don't know, there'd have to be something really cool about it to make me want to do like actual play stuff. Been a hot second. Hey, Farrell, how you doing? Have I ever thought about making a tutorial for custom adventures? I did do a challenge where I tried to, well, I guess I did. I tried to write and design and publish an adventure all over the course of a weekend. And that's actually out now. You can go check it out through the Fire and Flames over on the DMs Guild. The only thing was, I took it down for a little while because I didn't like the formatting I did on it. I tried to make it look like an old school kind of adventure, and it just, I wasn't a fan of the way it looked after about a year. But I took it down and redid the layout and everything on it, and yeah, so I might, it could be kind of cool to do something like that. What would I say are the essentials for an adventure? Well, it has to, I would say it has to serve the purpose of, you know, telling the story for sure. I mean, there has to be a conflict, you know, I would think, right? Like, the players are there to solve a problem in some capacity. Use 3 monitors for the PC, but that's because for the work you need it. Yeah. And I think that I'm probably going to get there where I want to figure out what I really want to do is, since you guys know I'm leaving my current job at the end of the academic year, so another month and a half, but I really want to figure out what I can do to do live stream, or I say live stream, to do lessons online, but make it like bring everything I've learned about live streaming to the lesson thing, you know what I mean? So like how could I use what I've learned in live streaming to enhance like teaching? Yeah. Loving the living, yeah, right? I know. That was another thing I want to get the background a little bit more lit up. I mean, there's cool shit I got in the back, you know, Hand of Vecna and all that. But yeah, I need to figure out a better spot for all my hue lights. The average formula? How so? Because Jesus, standard deviation. If you think that there's one that, if you think there's a better way to go about that with the indirects. Oh my God, Amelia, what are you barking at? Hey, come here, Amelia. We had oh God, I'm going. Amelia. Hey. What are you barking at? Oh, look out! There's literally nothing there. It is a great name. Chair stream, yes. It's a good chair. Yeah, she, we named her after Amelia Earhart. You can see the PowerPoint presentations now. Anytime someone unironically decides to play Monk, I think you guys are going to be, like, I mean, I don't know about surprised, but, like, boy, the information that I got back on this survey is... Oh, what does my mug say? It's a D&D mug that, if the coffee inside of it is hot, it'll light up fire around the blade, so... Dog? Amelia? It's not a new eye patch. No, it's one that I've actually had for a little while. It's just it's a clip-on for my glasses that make it to where I don't have to wear an actual leather eye patch strapped around my head. But yeah, Trek. Depending on, I mean, you are the Excel sheet wizard. So you tell me, if that standard deviation is set to be too restrictive or not. Because, I mean, I was trying to set it in a way to where it seemed like it was only throwing out major outliers, not like, you know what I mean? Because there were a few people that came in on the responses and just put like straight 10s on a lot of these things that I was like, my dude, we know that these are not, yeah. Standard deviation is the industry standard. You know, it's one thing, right? Like, if someone comes in and they have a response that's like, you know, okay, Paladin's got a lot of really insane scores on here. 2 times the standard deviation as a threshold, you think? Source statistician. So if I change it to 3 instead of like taking an average of the standard deviation. Outlier threshold. Oh wait, that was bad. Okay. Wow, that actually... Interesting. Wait, is Paladin getting carried by... Wait, Cleric's actually getting brought down by outliers. Weird. That is really bizarre. Because, like, okay, how about we just do this? Because at this point, the polls are closed. I want to make sure. Can view. At that point, that's fine. Because we'll be just kind of talking about this. Brought down by outliers because there's no outliers that voted 12. Oh, well, ooh, yeah, that's fair. Ooh. And, okay, then I don't know that I like that data. There's got to be a way to make it not factor in for, well, I mean, I guess when your max is, yeah, Yeah, I wonder if there isn't a way to get, well, I mean, essentially they're basically in lockstep, Okay, let's just do this. So we'll be talking about the data before I really get into a really do video editing and everything on it. I'll just kind of talk you guys through what I've been doing on here and why I was doing this. It was for a fun video idea, but it's just been interesting to kind of crunch this and see what information we can kind of get out of it. Paladins designed in a way to where they can be OP, and I think the information kind of tells us that. So let's see here. What's going to be the best way to do this one? Could it be... There we go. Okay. So this is the basically the Google sheet that exported whenever we did. These are all the responses that this one got. It just closed about 20 minutes ago. So we have responses all the way up to this, actually, so about 7 hours ago, right? I basically only, I wanted to leave it on for about a week and see what, people returned. And there were over like 207 responses to this. Can you guys have access to the sheet? You guys can open it. Let's do this. Bring you guys over here. This could let you guys view it. Yeah, at this point, everything should be locked. Everything should be locked in. But I don't know that the information that we gathered from here is really all that different from kind of the general perception of what we're seeing in 5e. Like, it just what we're getting back from like player feel, what we're getting back from like, I mean, what we see kind of memed on YouTube or whatever, right? What shocked me was just how unfavorably people viewed Monk. I think a lot of this, this is, I think that before Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, Monk would have probably been closer to Ranger, if not above it. Like, I honestly think this says a lot about the impact that Treant Monk's video had on Monk. Now, for sure, I think that Monk needs a rework, but I don't think that Monk is necessarily this bad. The fact that Paladin is worse than almost every... Worse... How? I'll show you guys basically. It's a 10-point scale. These are all just representing averages of all the responses that people gave. This is giving us an average of that total response. Paladin is actually the highest rated class. Like, I mean, there's a lot of 10s in here. A lot of 10s. And sure, there's a couple outliers. One sec. Oh, that mute button's so nice. Now, there's a few outliers, like this person that reported a 5, gave a 9 to Cleric and a 5 to Paladin. This person gave Paladin a 4. Bard a 6, wow. Rating Paladin and Ranger at the same level of power, this is what I mean by, like, there's some outliers in here that I think aren't really getting us... I mean, it tells us a little bit of information, but this is why I was like, we might want to consider getting rid of some of the outliers. Isn't the average like 6.6, or did you miss something? The average rating overall, actually we could do, let's just say this. The average is a 7.486. So, I mean, I think anything that's below that, it's kind of hard to say that we should say, hey, thank you so much, James Walter Clark, for the follow. Oh, subscription. Oh, thank you so much. Getting rid of outliers is healthy statistics, unless you want to cheat the system. I think that it's fair to get rid of some of the outliers, but I would want to represent both data sets. You know, like saying, here's what it is without removing the outlying, you know, people that are definitely voting way against what like the general perception seems to be. And then here it is with, you know, those people weighted in. Either way, I think that what we're getting is actually, I do think that I would agree more that Monk is most likely probably like a 5 in this system. I'm not saying they don't need a buff, but I think that a lot of the memes around Monk might, I don't know. I think Monk gets hated on quite a bit more than what's justified. Like, they do need buffs, for sure, but yeah. But, this data. So, what everyone was saying, it's on a scale of 1 to 10. How satisfied are you, or essentially how well do you think that this class performs its intended function in combat? And then, you know, it started out as just like, what general class strength, right? Now, Monk, let's just start from the bottom and go up, all right? This should be sorted well. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, Monk is sitting as the worst class in terms of combat strength for the entire system. I actually think if you're looking at Monk, just, I mean, this tells me a lot right here. I'm not sure how, like, I wonder what the unhappiness is. Sure, combat strength, right? But like, man, people are even kind of unhappy with the narrative conveyance of Monk. Like, fighter sure makes sense. Like, it's bland. It's kind of supposed to be bland. Artificer makes sense. This class did not live up to a lot of expectations. Ranger, 100% makes sense. There's a lot of people that believe that Ranger getting spellcasting is probably going against the archetype, right? The Ranger of 5e feels so much like it should have been a Warden and not a Ranger. Like, if you would take the same class concept and mix in some elements of, like, you know, Paladin, Oath of the Ancients, I think that, like, you could have had its own separate class and had Ranger as a pure martialist, right? The 5e Ranger just feels like something that's kind of almost asking you for a new magic system in a way. Yeah, you just, yeah. You think the martial artsy stuff can be kind of discriminating? It's a weird thing, right? Like, Monk as a class name implies a lot of things that, like, the 5e Monk just isn't. You know, for example, I work at a school where we have friars there, right? Friars, monks. Now, they are not what I would consider to be martial artists, right? You know, it's like, ugh, yeah. I don't know. Like, do they want to go with, like, martial artists the class or something? Then, like, I don't know. But yeah, Monk getting that low of a score, despite having several 10s in here. Like, did Monk get a single 10 in the entire? He got 2? Okay. God, I got a 9? Monk got a 9, but Bard got a 4? What? Okay, what is this person valuing? Wizard got an 8? Wow. Like, I don't see it. I just don't see it. Like, oh man, yeah, I don't see a monk outperforming a druid. Like, if we're talking about its intended combat role, man, druid's got way better lockdown. And like, striker, yeah, wild shape. Like, oh god, I don't know. But yeah, there's monk 10, paladin 4. It's like, yeah. So yeah, in Desmos, that's why we were talking about doing a standard deviation to figure out what the outliers were, and then remove them from the pool, and that's why we got these numbers right here, right? If you see, like, some of the classes that were already strong did get that nice bump up again, right? And it pretty much stays consistent with the data that we got up here. Looking at like Paladin, 8.836 right here. You remove some of the outliers, 8.96. I think it's kind of okay, yeah. 8.95, 8.95. It makes sense for Wizard and Cleric to be ranked up there as well. Monk getting brought up here to a 4.99. I think that's actually probably more accurate. Looking at Ranger getting that bump, yeah. But it's not like we were just trying to throw out people in the pool. It's like there's some responses to this that I don't know. I don't know what they, yeah. But in the video that I was planning around this, I was going to represent both sets, show both sets of data. But interesting information. As far as like class narrative conveyance, personally, the one for me that I think communicates like, boy, which one does class conveyance the worst? Like, I think personally, strongest class conveyance, like narrative conveyance, probably does go to warlock. And then, like, if I was thinking just which one's really, really rough, Artificer's a mixed bag. Like, Artificer just, I think they missed it. They just fumbled the ball with Artificer. It's weird how this class, oh man, this class doesn't scratch the itch that a lot of people were really hoping for. Bard is really bad about being the only representation that we have for music as a magic system in this game. And Bard is just basically like, I want to take everything from everybody. But they do so without a cost. And that's where I really worry about Bard. Like, this is one of those things where, like, it's hard to say. It's hard to really put into words why Bard, why I hold the opinion that Bard definitely needs toning down. Because I don't think that toning it down is necessarily like it. What do I mean by this? The public opinion on Bard seems to be shifting towards this class is probably not needing to be a full caster. Bard starts to look and feel very, very good once you shift it away. And the thing is that this nerf for Bard actually allows you to buff up some of the other areas of the class. A fix to half caster, making it more supportive is great. I have to 100% throw over the initial idea for that over to like Zip and whoever was working on Galder's Gazetteer, because that was the first place I saw someone bring up like, yeah, Bard needs to be a half caster, and then actually present the class as a half caster to a point where I was like, you guys fixed a lot of this class. Like, you managed to do a lot of really reasonable things with this class by cutting its spellcasting in half. Brilliant. Like, Oh man, Robotic Raven Mage. Yeah, thanks for popping in. Later though, we should talk about publishing slash charity slash etc. stuff you mentioned last stream. Might be a project I do over the summer. Might be. I'll see what's going on around that time. But yeah. Also, I guess we could talk about UAH now that it's out, and I've got my copy at some point today, whatever time of the world it is for you. Now, yeah, of course there's still a Discord. Now, what they did in Galder's Gazette Tier was they brought up a whole new system about, like, now you are giving a performance while you're in combat. And this introduced some, like, spell-like effects and bonuses and stuff for Bard, which, like, the thing that I am not a fan of 5e's Bard on right now, sure, the expanded spellcasting, it's really Bard's first level. Like, I've got a, oh wait, you know what I've got is a button on my Elgato Stream Deck that will let me, oh wait, I gotta do this. If I do it over here, click, oh, it opens up D&D Beyond in this screen. Oh my god, this is like my new favorite toy. Okay. Now, okay, let's do that, and then, boom. All right. So, part of the issue I'm currently having with Bard, at least whenever I'm considering this for a, like, revision, right? Because I do think Bard needs a rework. Part of this needs to be, show you. I think that there was a mistake made with Bard's Bardic Inspiration. I think the Bardic Inspiration covers up way too much territory. Now, I haven't had anyone run a Bard and make it have it feel extremely disruptive. I'm just kind of questioning the quality of the class. And just in general as to whether or not the game could be made better for everybody if Bard got some changes. And this happens all the time, okay? And this is like the kind of thing that, like, whenever you're getting really, really into a game, sometimes developers will just say, you know what? Maybe we should make a change just to see if we like this better, right? My problem I currently have with Bardic Inspiration, this is a great feature. I mean, I am so hesitant to bring up a change for this feature because it says so much about being a support. But my problem is this would be so good for being a tactician, and it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me as, like, this feels like something that the Bard gets, and it feels like it just eats up too much territory. Applying to an attack roll, saving throw, or ability check, right? Some people might not have a problem with this at all. I don't know that I do. I'm not saying that this absolutely 100% needs a change. What I am saying, let me see, let's do this. Hold up. Yeah. What I am saying is I think other options could have been created around the mechanics similar to this. I think and I learned this from doing work on the Sovereign. This class, and I'm still toying with it. This hasn't really gone anywhere. The day that you all learn if a class concept went dead, because I'll tell you as much. I'm not working on it right now. But the problem I had is that Bardic Inspiration feels like this should be a tactician-like feature, where you can use your bonus action during combat to direct somebody to, or, you know, give them a bonus to the next attack roll or whatever they make, equal to this d6. Hey, thanks so much for subscribing, Lazy Caterpillar. You don't think it should be a roll and it should be charisma mod to the roll? That flat bonus that early is pretty scary. You know, the 3 early on, not really a big deal. I think that my level 13, no, sorry, level 10, I guess the argument that, like, they have a +5 to their charisma, sure, but, like, it feels more fun to give you the dice to roll, right? Makes no sense plus power-wise. It's a rogue with full casting, which is too strong, too, so both territories are badly designed. You know, like, I think with the Artificer now, the Artificer showed us that it's very possible to make Bard a 3/4 caster. Where one of the interesting things I think you could do, and this is one that I was kind of thinking about while I was concepting this, make it to where, what makes Artificer unique is that they get their cantrips and they get their spells and whatnot, but as they level up, part of what they get that kind of justifies them losing out on full casting is they get their magic items that they have, right? So, like, it makes it steps on Artificer to make it a flat bonus at the start, maybe. So what I think could be cool is keep this idea of Bard as the guy that's like, I want to go around and snag spells from other classes, make them the red mage. That could be really cool, and make magical secrets come on way earlier. And I'm talking way earlier. Like, you guys see that I have it here at 7th? I'm thinking you might even be able to move expertise up to 1st for them and move their magical secrets to 3rd. Like, and what the reason why I thought this would be kind of cool is if you look, here you have to get 2 Bard spells, right? At 3rd, you get this additional spell slot and then magical secrets kicks on. Now you can pick this other 1st level spell from any class, right? And then 5th level kicks on. 2 2nd level spells, you gotta pick them from the Bard spell list. But then, bam, you get another magical secret right here. 9th level, similar thing, right? 11th level, magical secrets kicks on. 13th level, you get your 4th level spell slot. 15th level, magical secrets. And then you get your 5th level spell slot here at 17th. Magical secrets coming on at 18th. I don't know, but like we lose out on this cool grace. You know, magical secrets is the main reason you dislike Bard. This being on the Bard, the problem with this feature is that we have to completely rethink spell design in this system. Like, it's so... Oh, man. That's way too many magical secrets, especially since lore gets another 2. It doesn't need to exactly function the way that magical secrets currently does. I was doing this to, you know, maybe, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4. But I think if we're taking toys away, like full casting, it's probably fine. Bard probably shouldn't get expertise if it's already a jack of all trades. Maybe. I mean, I've voiced my issues with expertise in the past. I think that Bard, like... I don't know. I mean, it's like the skill monkey feature, right? Bard is usually taking it because they want to get their expertise in their face skills, and they want to be the party face. Like, maybe if it was specific, and that it could be a magic eye, or it could be a musical instrument, or charisma ability, right? If you had to pick one from, like, the proficiencies that you're given in this class... Ooh. Well, but choose any 3. I don't know if that's redundant. The bar will have all the wizards. Oh my god, Amelia, chill out. Bar will have all the wizard plus the cleric's best spells. Wall of Force, Revivify, Counterspell, Spirit Guardians, yikes, but it gets them way later. I'm not worried about that. They're already getting that right now. Makes more sense for the Bard subclass, it's not the base class. Oh, maybe. Maybe one Magical Secrets? I don't know. I like this idea of Bard as like a red mage of sorts. But like, honestly, if I was to like rewrite the system right now, if it was like, all right, what are the things I would do? And this is honestly a thing that I've talked about with other designers. Like, okay, if we were just to do like an overhaul of the system, what are the things that we would try to address? Bard would need to be like, I don't know, a Theurge, or maybe the Bard becomes the new Mystic. Let's remove the idea that it's supposed to be a Scion of some kind, right? Let Scion be its own thing. The Mystic can be this class that can dip into Arcane and Divine Arts, right? So it can pull from both of these, and that could be your Red Mage, right? Where the Mystic kind of lies on the border between these two. And we get rid of Bardic Inspiration, we do a spellcasting progression like this, and then Magical Secrets is like unique to that Mystic. And ooh, like, yeah, that sounds sick. But Bard, I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, music needs better representation for what that could be in D&D than currently just kind of tacked onto the Bard and forgotten about. Like, really, Bard doesn't communicate much of anything about one of the core things that's supposed to be really cool about them, and that's music, or some other form of oration, whatever, right? Nothing about the class really adds on to that other than you're a charisma caster, and you get proficiency with musical instruments, and you know, like, there could be something really cool going on. I don't know what, but like, oh yeah. Bard, they got up to 6 level spells at 20. They were better at information gathering, and Bardic music was anti-control buffs. Yeah. The word bard doesn't even mean musician, it means poet. Well, sure, but like, what here my issue is, like, my main issue is like, for me being a musician and like knowing that there are authors out there that wrote, like, okay, the main creation story for like a lot of different fantasy worlds is like the world gets sung into existence, right? Blade Singer totally hits on this kind of idea. But like, man, it just seems like for something that's so core to, like, you look at the Silmarillion, right? Literally, the world gets, is it Illuminator? No. What is the, oh my god. What's the main god of the Middle Earth? Oh my god, I am totally spacing on this. Is it Illuminator? But like, it's all about magically singing the world. Aluvatar? I'm getting close. It's in like the third page of the Silmarillion. I could just go pull it up, but yeah. Anyway, so there's this creation story of like the world being sung into existence and everything. And I'm like, oh man, like, this is a magic system that exists. How can we make it happen? You know? But yeah, Bard, it just, I don't know. The class just doesn't feel right to me. And I would love to see music represented Iluvatar is right? Okay. Thank you. So, or Iluvatar. Your variance making Bard a half-caster, it should be spell half-casters full... Wait. It should outspell... It should outspell half-casters full step like in 3.5e. Bard this based on... Oh. So, my thought on this is... It kind of bothers me that some of the arts aren't like... Art and magic have always had some kind of an interesting relationship in fiction. And it just seems like in D&D they just don't. You want to make a painter? I guess College of Creation Bard? You want to make a sculptor? Well, Ross made a class that's really, I mean, it kind of scratches that itch, you know. I even thought whenever I was making the Runekeeper, this is going to be like, in fine arts, this is like the writer, the author, right? Or the philosopher. Can I give an example of an ideal bard in fiction to maybe get a better idea? I think that if you're talking about its combat identity, I think that Monster Hunter did a pretty good job with, you know, the what are they? You're playing horns, and these horns are giving buffs to your allies. Oh god, really good bard in fiction. I mean, like, the problem is whenever you refer to fiction like that, they're mostly just snarky faces. You know, talking about, is it Kvote or Kvot from King Killer Chronicles? The Hunting Horn. Yeah, right? That feels like combat identity for bard makes a lot of sense. Magic system is too binary between arcane and divine. They painted themselves into a box. Yeah. And, like, the fact of suddenly, if it does something that feels supernatural, it must be magical. Like, you know, yeah. You love Name of the Wind. I haven't gotten really into Patrick Rothfuss's stuff, but I know that he intentionally wrote that main character to be a bard in a way, but like it's mostly just like snarky, right? There's someone in chat may know this. There's a fantasy series that Amanda has been trying to get me to read, where it's actually about there's a magic system of necromancy that is all about there are certain bells that these musicians play or whatever, and they are like bells that whenever they're like haunting bells that reanimate life. I think that's so okay. There's like a cool idea there, right? And like Blade Singer speaks so much to the idea of like this. Whatever class you're coming up with could have a Gish class. It doesn't have to be tacked onto the wizard in an odd way. What if their music can enhance already existing low-level spells affecting allies, one extra person? Yeah, something like that. If something hears the performance, then like it can affect another, you know. What about Scott Pilgrim as a representation of a bard? You know, it can't just be somebody that plays an instrument, right? Like, yeah, I don't think that Scott's necessarily a bard. You know, am I reworking the bard? I did a rework of the bard not super long ago. I'm just talking about some of my issues with it after the data from the survey, right? Because bard actually performed pretty low. Like, pretty low. What's the average? Wow, actually barely below average. Uncle Iroh is a lower bard, fight me. Did I post the data? It's pinned in the it's pinned in chat if you want to go check that out. Yeah, that's the narrative table. And, you know, looking at like how they're just ranked right here, I mean, wow, I don't know if this might be a bias because a lot of the people that filled this out were actually, you know, viewers of mine, which, like, I'm sure that happened, you know. Artificer getting ranked pretty bizarrely all over the place. I think that some people thought that the class is probably either extremely strong or it seemed like those were scattered. Yeah, like, yeah. Which class surprised me from the survey? I think that people saying that warlock underperforms, I mean, God, that's kind of hard to refute though. Like, I'd say that honestly, warlock is probably operating at about a 9 if I were to give it a rating. It would 100% make the system more complicated and take more work to make it, but you think that the different classes should have different magic systems. Ideally, yeah, I think that I think that there's a problem of people thinking that, like, okay, the system has been streamlined, so therein we can't make anything complicated for it. I don't agree with that sentiment. I'm like, we've had this system for so long. Can we really say that, like, it's not time to see it kind of expand out? Maybe do something a little bit more with it? Now, sure, I like really graceful and simple design. I really do. But I think, like, we get it. We get spell slots. And I think we're kind of getting... We're feeling a little bit tired of this song and dance, right? Because one of the criticisms I'm seeing come up with a lot of homebrew now, at least from other YouTubers that are criticizing certain classes, is they're like, wow, this thing got spellcasting, huh? Okay. I'm like, yeah, and that sucks to hear that you're like, well, yeah, it's a 5e class, so I felt like it kind of needed it, you know? I think part of the reason why we didn't get the Scion was because Wizards of the Coast was like, people aren't going to be receptive to something that's not spell slots. I'm like, oh no, like, oh, and I'm not saying that's the only reason. I know there were plenty of other reasons why, but I can't help but feel like that's the core part of it. You know, I think WotC never got the feedback that they wanted, and they didn't know how to start on a new design for the class, despite having the design already done. And they just, yeah. How many non-spell spells get swept under the rug as spell-like effects? It's a tricky question. I'm not sure. I guess, like, you can say that there's certain class features that are designed that way, right? Yeah, it's a double standard, right? It has no spellcasting, oh, it must be weak. It has spellcasting unoriginal, right? And this is like a disagreement that I've got with, you know, I know Pack Tactics has been really vocal about, like, whenever I talked about removing spellcasting from the Ranger, Pack was like, you can't do that. And I was like, I think it's fine to do that, you know, give it something to compensate for it, but yeah. Is this taking account for creativity factors? I rolled up a separate part of the survey where it was talking about narrative. How well do you think it conveys the narrative of it? But I think because of how much freaking data this turned over, I'd like to do another survey at some point in the future that focuses more on the nitty gritty of, like, okay, how well does this class do this or that, you know? And it could be later on that, like, I do this for every subclass or whatever. But I thought this is a lot of fun, and it's been interesting to go over this information. say having different magic systems is not noob friendly, then what WotC could do is print those in a separate book and just say, hey, if you feel like this might be a little bit complicated for your table, or what could be really great is say, hey, at the very beginning of the class, say, the difficulty of this one, it might be a little bit hard to pick up. You're going to have this much tracking to do. Let people know what they're getting into rather than just say, because, I had people come to my tables in the past that were like, yeah, I really want to be a spellcaster. And I'm like, okay, well, just letting you know, here's the spellcasting system. And they're like, wait, what? I can't just throw fire? And I'm like, well, you can, but it requires, whatever. Like, you got to spend a resource to do that. And then they're like, wait, so what spell level? But I'm like a first level character, so I can't just cast first level. And I'm like, well, it's a renaming thing, so the system's already a little unfriendly to beginners. 5e is really graceful in that it's pretty easy to guide someone into that and teach them, as long as you know the system beforehand, but like, if it was me and a couple of my buddies that had never played D&D before, and I'm starting to look at this magic system and try to figure out how do I cast a spell, I think it would take a little bit more than just 15 minutes for me to understand the spell casting system, right? It was never that somebody played as a wizard as the easiest class, only because of that. It was never that somebody played as a wizard as the easiest class, only because of that. The players you DM for mostly chose the class because of the flavor. Yeah. And that's what should appeal to you first, right? Is you want the fantasy of it to click and be like, yeah, all right, I want to do that. Like, you've got to have that click, and this could be the reason why. I'm curious how this correlates with the information that they get over on D&D Beyond. I wonder how many people, or if you can even do this kind of research over there, if, how many brand new accounts are they getting that are rolling up certain classes? A brand new account. Is this one rolling up an artificer? Or, I don't think so. I think initially the classes that are going to first really appeal to you as, checking out D&D, Rogue? Boy, I think that Rogue is probably one of the most often rolled up first characters ever. Same thing with, probably Wizard, I don't think a lot of people really know about Warlock as much getting into it. And then I think from there, it might just be Barbarian. Because, I think that those classes communicate so much of what it means to, oh, okay, I know what this is supposed to do. Boom. Yeah, if the DM is new, you would take hours to understand the magic system, and even the, yeah. Yeah, and it's just a little much stepping into it for the first time, Smacking like thanks, spell. Your first character was a monk. Hey, mine too. And it left a real bad taste in my mouth. I felt like, wow, D&D characters are just, they really don't do a lot, huh? So I gotta think outside the box. Okay, I really get into this. And then I realized, because, next character I rolled up was a cleric, and I was like, oh, wait, you can fuck shit up. Yeah, Ranger also really appeals to people as a first class, and then you're like, wait, what? I gotta learn spellcasting? What the fuck? What? I think Ranger's got some real bad buy-in there, too. I think that actually, Ranger getting spellcasting, I'll go out on a limb and say this, could be a turnoff for a lot of people trying to play the class at first. I actually know several of my friends that rolled up a Ranger as their first class ever and just completely ignored that I got spellcasting. Completely ignored it. They were like, oh, I don't want to do that. My Ranger shouldn't do that anyways, right? And okay, these are the complete opposite end of what optimizers or heavy, crunch guys would do, right? Heavy optimizers are going to be like, of course I'm going to get spells. Yeah, that's going to make it better. But the fact that Ranger gets spells to some people is a detriment because, like, it hurts the barrier for entry for the class. They think that spellcasting is a little bit complicated of a system and they don't want to have to track that stuff, so they ignore it. Like, yeah, right? Is it just me? Or has anybody else seen this where people are like, I want to play a ranger because I want that to be what my character is, but I'm going to completely ignore spellcasting? I have seen this happen twice. Like, wow. But like, they want to play the class, so they'll just ignore that and roll up a, you know, basically what they could have gotten way better out of a pure fighter. They just want ranger on the character sheet. You had that said in chat? You played a bard and having less AC than wizard is not that painful. Yeah, both more AC, pretty access and shields. Oh, only was with ranger. Yeah. You never seen it before. That's really weird of you. Yeah, well, it wasn't just a meme. So, what some people were wanting, or I guess coming into D&D, first off, the idea that ranger should be the kick-ass archer. And this may come from experience in WoW, right? Where, like, over in WoW, hunters were like the better archers and all that stuff. Now, they move over into D&D and they're like, okay, I really want to play an archer. I'm going to roll up a ranger. And, like, well, let's switch over because we're just sitting here with an open spreadsheet and that's, yeah. So people have the experience, right, of, well, Legolas feels like he would be a ranger, so I want to play that. And so then they go and roll up a ranger, and then it gives you nothing but, like, survival stuff at first level. And then they're like, okay, I guess I'm going to keep trying to shoot my bow. And then they eventually get their fighting style, and they're like, okay, archery, cool. And archery, I'm not talking crap about archery. Archery is a great fighting style. But, like, then they get spells at that same level. And then it's like, wait, Legolas can't cast spells? Like, what? This is, huh? And it just, there's an off sense of that, right? And I know you can reflavor it, whatever, but that's the thing, is that whenever you tack spellcasting onto a thing, if you tack spellcasting onto a thing, you are telling people that they need to track a thing now. And for people that want to just play the thing that they're like, no, I want to shoot a bow really well, and I really like being called a ranger, why would you not just roll up a fighter? Legolas is Battlemaster Fighter, right? And this is a failing of the 5e system. I think what you can do is basically take Ranger and just make a few changes, and I'm talking a few, well, like surface level changes. Rename it as the Warden, or whatever you want to rename it as, right? And then make that its own class. Because right now, the 5e Ranger is just it's a paladin with a different coat of paint and no smite, which, yeah, or aura, really. So, like, man, there was something so, like, this is gonna be, I think, and whatever this new edition is gonna be, I think that one of the things that we could look back to is, like, how did Ranger flop a lot over this system? And I think that Ranger is just, man, Ranger fails at a few different points. Number one, it's pretty weak, but number two, like, it doesn't fulfill the fantasy. Like, the most important thing is the fantasy buy-in that people have whenever they come to play this game, right? The problem is whenever you see the class name, you see the label on the 10, and then you buy it in, and then you're like, wow, this is not what I was thinking I was getting into. That's a problem. Like, oh, maybe rogue with extra attacks, you know? Like, whenever I did my revision, this was one of the things I was trying to address. I was like, how can you make the Ranger feel like it's got its own unique, somewhat similar to Rogue in a way, unique combat feature? And I had seen what Heavy Arms did with his gunslinger, and I was like, oh man, you might have fixed Ranger here. And I talked to him about it, and he was like, no, this started out as a Ranger revision. And I was like, okay, how can we tie this in? What would be the cool thing, right? Now, what I did whenever I was doing, my Ranger revision, was I wanted to make it to where they got a feature at first level that made it feel like I can roll up that archer, or I can roll up this martial, dueling swordsman, Drizzt Do'Urden thing. In either or, I'm going to feel like I get a unique thing here. And that was why I started looking at different video games and what they had done for Rangers or Hunters or whatever. And overwhelmingly, my favorite mechanics were always Ranger should be a crit reduction class. A Hunter should be a crit reduction thing. You want to crit more often. That's like their bread and butter. And that's what Heavy was doing with the crit reduction mechanic that was over in the Gunslinger. But his is more like a barbarian state. So like, I thought with Favored Foe, if we're taking away something like Hunter's Mark, can we make it to where like, ooh, they get that cool mark here, right? And I thought that like, I thought that this could really scratch that itch. Have I thought that Rogue Scout is just that Ranger without spells? Yeah, I mean, sure, but it's not a Ranger. That's the problem. We're talking about a core failing of the class design here, and that's just, it didn't meet up with the fantasy, you know? Two weapon fighting is also not good in 5e. Yeah, sure. And that's the problem with the, two weapon fighting. But like, I wanted this to at least feel like whenever I stepped into this class, I got a core feature that felt like it communicated the idea of like, you wanted to roll up an Archer Ranger for a certain reason, probably crit reduction that you could get out of this, especially with the whole marking mechanic that they get right here, right? And why would you roll this up over a champion fighter? It's because eventually that crit reduction is going to go even further for you, and quicker than it would for the champion fighter. Not even viable on some classes, and that's something that'll probably get addressed in the future edition, Option to make all its extra attacks, where'd it go? More accurate, and due to how crits work in Pathfinder 2e, more likely to crit. I think what you could do, and this is something I thought about the other day, was like, you can attack twice instead of once whenever you take the attack action on your turn, or make it to where you can forego one of these attacks to gain advantage on the first, or whatever, like, by doing so, you can forego one of these attacks to instead just have advantage on the attack during your turn. And like, that makes a rogue multi-class look terrifying. Like, oh, so scary. But like, rogue can kind of already do that? Like, yeah. Champ Fighter also isn't limited to the crit bonus on the marked target. Yeah, it's general crit, right? Like, yeah, just so insane. So, yeah, like, I thought that the 5e Ranger, the reason why you want to get rid of spell casting isn't because of a power thing. It's not because you think that the Ranger needs buffs or nerfs. It's that the flavor is off. It's like you ordered steak and they sent out a salad, right? Like, no, like, I get it. Like, this is food. It's not bad food. It's not what I wanted, though. Just be a chat and ban multi-classing. You know what? Here's what I think. I think in this new system, whenever this D&D evolution comes out, I'm really curious if WotC is going to is going to say that multi-classing is core. Like, if in Adventurers League, they put out a rule that says you can no longer multi-class. I thought for a very, very long time they were going to ban it in AL, but they just didn't. Like, sure, it's not a core rule of the game, but I played on very few tables that, like... Dude, look at Laser Llama's Ranger. It's what happens when a hive mind designs a class. I think that what we're going to wind up seeing is if Wizards of the Coast does allow multi-classing, right? They say you can take a level in another class and regain a level or whatever. I don't know that they're going to reprint that as what it currently looks like in the book or in the game. Multi-classing is pretty unhealthy for 5e. And I know that this sounds okay. I know that people have all kinds of like different class builds that they're like, I love the idea of what this could be. It's such a cop out to knock. Yeah. There are broken, like Phil just said, there are broken interactions in this game that happen because of this mechanic. And I mean broken mechanics that happen in this game. And I don't think, I don't agree with Monkey DM. Multi-classing maybe keeps you out of an ASI or whatever, but usually the features that you're getting for that multi-classing are covering a lot more territory. You multi-class to get mechanics. And like, I think that what they should do is make it to where multi-classing is completely, and I mean, I know we say it's already in the hands of the DM in some manner here, right? But I think what they need to say is, like, WotC should be brave enough to say, characters cannot multi-class unless the DM approves of the multi-class. Like, and maybe it should also be locked to, like, certain classes can be multi-classed into, or something like that, right? I know this much. You guys tell me right now, why is everybody going to dip 2 levels into fighter? Is it to be a better martialist? Or is it going to be because they want to cast 2 spells on their turn? Yeah, why not multi... Right. Well, now, I mean, Twilight Domain. Twilight Domain, 1 level dip, gives you so much. So much. Yeah, right? You want that optimized action economy. And yeah, for sure. It should have a story-based reason for why the multi-class happens. But like, as someone who DM'd AL, that's not really why people were, you know? And it's cool to have it. It's cool to have multi-classing for a story-based reason, but more often than not, what's happening is people are multi-classing because they heard of some certain interaction that is just giving them a very large amount of power. Yeah, you despise that multi-classing just is the meta. It's not, oh yeah, I've never not meta, right? Man, multi, yeah. Like, and I think that classless is superior. Banning multi-classing is bad. Sorry, you love multi-classing. I like the character expression, but I think that what you can do is open that up to where other classes can fill that niche. I think that, like, Shadow and Poverty domain alternatives. I think that what you can do, I think a lot of people would be way less upset if you banned multi-classing, if you just introduced more classes. I have an overwhelming number of positive responses from my players whenever I'm like, look, I allow I allow a lot of classes at my table. But the one thing I can't let, like, I'm just not cool with is like multi-classing, especially multi-classing homebrew. The most reasonable thing that ever made me go like, you know what, yeah, I want to get away from multi-classing was I saw there was a Discord server, and I can't remember which one it is, but it was a group that was testing out the they actually had the dancer on a live stream, and there was an interaction that they had in there that they wanted to ask me about, so they brought me into their Discord server, and I just read through some of the rules that they had about, like, okay, whenever we're using homebrew, whatever. And they said you can multi-class with anything in the vanilla game, but you can't multi-class homebrew. And I was like, you just made me realize what my problem with multi-classing is. And it's that people are multi-classing because they aren't getting the character expression they want to out of a single class. And what that tells me is that it needs to be expanded out. And we need to have more classes in this game, not just 12 plus 1 later on. And that plus 1 is, I think, I don't know. I think more people are picking up the Artificer because of the idea of what they think Artificer could be, rather than what it gives you, you know? Hey, sweet threat. Happy Easter. Happy Easter. We're just kind of hanging out talking right now. But yeah, Ranger fails on probably the most important question whenever it comes to a class being introduced to the game. And that is, does what's designed meet up to the fantasy of what the class is meant to do? Can I point to the stream game? Yes. Hang on. Yeah, because these guys hit me up on Discord to ask me specifically about the questions, and then I wound up, I mean, I left their Discord because it was just them talking and whatnot, but... Oh, the Neverwinter Bar class reveal. I'll check that out. Yeah, I have since, I actually hit them up because, okay. The GM's name was Six, S-I-X-X. And I think they hit me up on Twitter to let me know that they were, that the dancer got a live stream debut, and to ask about a certain interaction that was going on. And they actually discovered something that led to a nerf in the there's this, yes, okay, here we go. Falcon Forge Fantasy. There we go. Oh, they're live right now. Hang on. Are they... There's a character... Hang on. Yeah, they're live right now. Hang on. Where are we at? Oh, I think Amelia's barking in her sleep right now. Yeah, so these guys actually had a dancer in their party. And I don't remember... there was an interaction that happened with... oh, there you guys go. Yeah. Yeah, go rate them real quick. Yeah, so they had a dancer in their party who... This was there was somebody who was playing the dancer that Six had told me. This guy crunches stuff out really, really hard. Oh yeah, spell progression. And there was an interaction going on with some of the flares that I was like, okay, you tell me how things are playing out, because I'm curious if this one flare needs a saving throw or not. And it just turned out from the way that it was happening in their game, it was like, yep, okay. It has to at least, because I wanted to make it to where this thing was powerful enough to give you some lockdown. But it was odd because it was electric slide, and this thing was, it was, how do I put it? On huge sized creatures. Yeah, there we go. On huge sized creatures, because of the way that movement and everything works in this game, it was really disrupting play. Huge sized creatures were getting stun locked in a way that I did not intend for that to happen. So that's what led to a change in that one. I had heard some people talk about, we're questioning the strength of this flare right now, but I had actually seen the flare disrupt play, and that's what made me go, okay, yep, I see why this interaction is problematic, and I need to change that. More options, not more straight power. But that's the thing, is the more options are generally making you more powerful. I mean, I will give up an ASI that I know I only get one of every 4 levels to get a 1 level dip over in Twilight Domain Cleric. You know, but that's the problem, is like, I'm thinking about that not because of the narrative of like, yeah, I started worshiping a goddess in Twilight or whatever. No, I'm like, oh, because it's just giving me a bunch of features that I, you know, might not be redundant with my build. Like, if I'm a wizard and I want to go over and get martial weapons and heavy armor, that's a way to do it. Like, that's probably the best way to do it right now. You need a 13 in whiz? Okay. Like, I don't mind making that not my dump stat, you know? If you both ban multiclassing and don't allow the homebrew, it's fine, it works for you, but you just wouldn't be allowed to make the concepts you want to make. And, like, you know, like, think about, like, what concept it is you're wanting to make. I think if some people are like, only vanilla, I guess it's fine. I mean, I can't say that that's, how do I put it? I just personally can't. I guess I got my bias because I'm someone that, you know, makes homebrew. But like, it just doesn't. I don't know. I already question a lot of what WotC puts out, so I have a hard time really seeing that some homebrew I add to my game is going to cause it to be any more disrupted than what WotC's already done. Like, you know, maybe if I've had a bad experience with like D&D wiki or something, then I'll be like, all right, we need to, But that bad taste that gets left in your mouth, I promise you there's people that take this shit seriously. You can of course flavor for anything, but you just want to play something fun too. I'm making Ryuko from Kill la Kill, he would die from porn. But like, what do you, I mean, if you're just like throwing Kill la Kill, you're just throwing is it Ryuk or Ryuku? Ryuko. I can't remember. I love Trigger. Yeah, I love Trigger, but like Promare and Gurren Lagann are like the two I really remember from them. But like, it was always another thing for me too, right? Where I always tell my players, because I had someone that did this a lot, and luckily it was just because he was new to D&D and like it didn't really gel with the world at the time. But this guy has now become one of my favorite players ever. It's my buddy Sean. So Sean just thought it was really fun to kind of throw the world off a little bit by just making like Disney characters in D&D, or like, you know, yeah, I'm gonna roll up Thor in D&D, and then like literally like basically just play Thor, right? But eventually what he learned was taking inspiration rather than just making that character, right? because like it was always going to feel weird if in my homebrew world suddenly it was literally you were just playing Goku, you know, like well, you don't have Saiyans here, man. Like what? So eventually what he did, and I love this character now. He played a character named Mr. Shire, who was a Tabaxi illusion wizard. In case you guys didn't catch on, you know, he was literally making a character based off of the Cheshire Cat. That wasn't the Cheshire Cat, you know, from Alice in Wonderland. Right? That's from Alice in Wonderland, right? Am I going crazy? I think that's Alice in Wonderland. But this character was inspired, not necessarily just rolling up the Cheshire Cat, you know. And it was a funny and fun character, and I'm super down for that, right? But yeah, just like that kind of, rather than inserting your like anime character into it, unless the campaign calls for it, right? If it's goofy and or like you all are like, yeah, we're gonna play with in the world of Ruby, or I don't know. If the world calls for it, go for it. But I tend to feel like people that are wanting to roll up a character like, I don't know, I want to play I don't know why my mind defaulted to Charlie Brown. What the fuck? Like, if you want to play Charlie Brown in D&D, that's such a bad example. Like if you want to play, I don't know, goddamn Rambo, right? But like you literally just want to play Rambo. Like, you know, like that kind of like, I want to play this character creation. I don't know, that just, it feels odd to me. Oh, I 100% think that that D&D would be a lot better if we had like an official warden class. Yeah. You just swap it. Just take the ranger, take some of the things out of it, you know. Charlie Brown's a warlock. Take the ranger. The next edition of D&D. All right, let me say this. Wizards of the Coast. Take what you have for the ranger. Repurpose it. You can even pull a little bit from the Ancient's Paladin. Repurpose that into a warden class. Okay, and then start drawing some inspiration from some of the other midline, you know, D8 classes. Ranger doesn't need to be a D10 class. There's not a whole lot that really informs that the class should be a D10 class. The problem with Ranger isn't really a power issue. It's the fact that this class is not meeting up to the narrative of what the name on the front of the book wants to evoke, right? Whenever people are rolling up a Ranger, they're wanting a martialist. People that are arguing otherwise have seen the 5e Ranger and like the way that it performs right now. The hard thing with that now is if you make changes to this class without somehow making that same character option available in a different way, you're gonna get backlash from the current Ranger fans, right? So that's why I recommend basically take what you've already written for the Ranger. May have to come up with some new subclasses. I know. We're talking about some work here. Now, take what you've already written for the Ranger and repurpose it, thinking about like maybe a little bit more paladin in mind, right? We get another frontliner. Interesting. Make that this new idea for, you know, bring back the warden, right? It was such a cool idea. You want to stick with that name, warden? Maybe go, I don't know, guardian or something. Just a cool frontliner. And then you open up more territory to where Ranger can be this interesting, you know, draw inspiration from video games. I know that you guys draw inspiration from anime, all right? Let's look at some video games. Crit reduction and crit mechanics have been a thing for hunters. This is like, it feels good. We know it feels good in certain video games. For hunters to be another form of like DPS. Like, but I mean like usually more punchy DPS, more unique DPS, and this idea of crit reduction, right? Hades, Artemis is all about critting and unique things that happen on crits. Oh man. So if you remove spellcasting from the ranger, you have another, you basically have a whole new interesting core to work with on this. You're giving yourself a new class to play with. The problem right now is that 5e is stagnant. We aren't getting a lot of innovations happening on this system. And I think that Wizards is kind of doing their like, all right, we're about to roll over to the new thing. Oh, we might introduce some stuff in a campaign setting, but I don't think we're going to see a new class. I think that 5e is locked in at 13 classes, you know? Like, I think what we will see, or what I would hope WotC does, is don't throw out the ranger that you currently have. Repurpose it into a different class. Warden, like you all have already made in the past. Take that warden, new class, ranger. I don't know. Let's focus on what we can do to make ranger more of a martialist. Make it to where it hits the flavor notes that you guys had originally promised with the class that just hasn't happened. All the changes that have been being made to ranger are not addressing the initial first big issue, and that is that ranger does not deliver on the promised fantasy that the class name says. The class name is trying to communicate to you. We know this because your big IP, your flagship world, Forgotten Realms, most famous ranger over there, Dristo Erden, you can't make them with the 5e ranger. You can't make Aragorn, you can't make Legolas, right? Like, it means that there's a failure in the narrative core of the class. So I would really hope that in this new edition, that is the first priority whenever you're talking about making a new ranger. And that should be like, boy, that should be a non-starter. I hope that you guys have a big whiteboard there in Renton, and you have like, all right, these are ideas for the new class, the new classes for the new edition, right? And we're like, all right, let's get to ranger. What are our non-starters here? I hope the first goddamn thing on that board is spells. Spells are non-starters for this new ranger. Exit out. Yeah. It is a, in my opinion, that is the one thing that WotC will have a horrific time trying to fix about this. And that is that they built us a ranger that is not the ranger. Yeah. It's got, they have to refocus on that. That is like, it is, it's easy to change mechanics if you're trying to buff or nerf something. Gutting something's entire narrative core and redeveloping it from the ground up, that's hard. That's real hard. And I think that, you know, part of this problem isn't just that, like, WotC was waiting for the right moment. Part of this problem is the 5e ranger, from my understanding, if I'm remembering this right, the 5e ranger is currently written into the OGL. So they would have to literally gut part of the 5e license. Like, and I mean, they could do that, but I think that that would be a lot, like, that might be actually kind of expensive. Like, I don't know if Les is in the chat or anything, but like, you know, here we go. I'm looking at the OGL right now. Oh, he is? So, me looking at the OGL, here's the ranger in there, right? So, if they were like, you know what, we want to gut spellcasting from it, they might have to rewrite the goddamn 5e license. And I think that that's the reason why Ranger never got an overhaul like what we were thinking, is because it would require basically scraping and hiring a lawyer to redo a license. Not just printing a new thing in a book, basically redoing what it meant to be a 5e game. Original Goblin license. Yeah, it's why they did optional class features rather than reworking the Ranger. Yeah, I think that's the reason entirely why we didn't get a rework of it, was because it's easy for them just to put out, like, basically just to say, hey, you know what? We're going to offer you some optional features in here, and you can take them or leave them, whatever. But for them to say, no, we are gutting a class from the ground up that has been a core part of the thing since we introduced it. Did me rewrite the license with 5.5 anyways? Chances are, I think so, yes. I mean, a new edition isn't just like, hey guys, we're putting out a new book or whatever, right? It's, no, we're hiring lawyers to make sure that this stuff is protected IP. Like, it is expensive for WotC to write a new edition like this. They had better be confident that what they have is a banger. Like, they had better be super, super confident in the system in order to do that. But yeah, it's like... Then maybe make the Warden the spellless ranger? I don't think that's the expected fantasy of either of those at that point. Da-da-da-da. They could just make something Tasha-like that gives the optional feature. That was the direction that they leaned at one point, where they were trying to do a ranger that you could either get a companion, or this branch that did spellcasting, or this branch that did another thing. But I do think that the core of it is literally just all the fact that the ranger was printed in the OGL. I think that WotC would have been way quicker if they would have opened up the idea of, you know what, we need a... God, this would be a legal nightmare. I don't think that they could ever do a flexible license that's like, you know what? Here's the OGL, we may change it. And if at some point that we do, that's our new protected copyright. And you guys can't violate that. I don't think there's any way that they would actually be able to legally enforce something like that. But, yeah. And it's hard. I mean, I don't envy WotC. You know, at least I have the liberty of, whenever I write something and something becomes a problem with it later on, I can address it with all it takes is me changing a PDF out. WotC, oh God. How do you redact 10 million printed books? You don't. Like, oh God. You think we'll see an expansion of the optional class features? You might as well be playing Pathfinder at that point. Like, I mean, really, like, the only reason why you wouldn't be swapping, like, between... If you like the action economy of D&D 5e, that's fine. But, like, man, Pathfinder 2e's action economy... As somebody that really values that first user experience, whenever somebody first steps into the game, you guys have seen, like, Amanda has come into my live streams, and I've asked her opinion on, like, how mechanics work that I wrote. Amanda is my first user experience, like, expert. You know, she's my consultant there, because she is not real big on the design side of things, and I want to make sure that I'm not too lost into what I know about the system to not be thinking about somebody that doesn't think about D&D in the same way. If they're reading it, does it communicate to them what I meant for it to? You know what I mean? So she's the person that I bounce ideas off of, because I really want to know how does this feature communicate to you what it means to be this character archetype, you know? And God, find somebody, if you're interested in doing homebrew, oh man, that is some of your best quality assurance you can get right there. You're not convinced we're not going to see that big changes in the new edition, especially since then they say it would be backwards compatible. I think there's ways they can make it backwards compatible and still make changes. Like, realistically, what does backwards compatible mean to any of us? What does backwards compatible mean, and why would it necessitate, or why would a new edition, how do I put this? What do you guys think backwards compatible means to a TTRPG? Like, that it just plugs in and it would work? Why would it necessitate writing an entirely new edition then? Multi-attacks locked inside actions is limiting the bonus action / action structure very difficult. Right. Yeah, that's something that Pathfinder actually does pretty gracefully. Oh, you know what we can do, actually? Yeah, alright. So I made this bingo card, actually, for the D&D Direct that's coming up. I want to hear you guys' ideas for what we could be getting out of it. And I'll put the ones that, you know, I'm like, okay, I can see that happening on this bingo card. Boom. It's hard to tell what WotC thinks that means, and knowing that means that will not be all that meaningful change. Probably. Movie news, that's right. I mean, that's a given. Put that there. Come on, what's going on with the music? Oh, was that Regal Ancestor Spirit? Oh. Release date for, oh, Baldur's Gate 3? Release date for Baldur's Gate. Okay. Planescape? Let's get that away from some of the other... Okay. Where is D&D Beyond news in the bingo? I think that's kind of expected, right? Have a great rest of my stream. Oh, yeah. Hey, thanks for coming in, Kenneth. Oh, yeah, derp. Okay, you guys want to hear my really, really wacky prediction? And I said this on Twitter. My weird ass prediction for this is that okay, I think that WotC was pretty intentional with doing this Nintendo Direct style thing. So I think that what they're doing is actually kind of a hint at something that they're going to release. They have done this D&D new stuff in the past, and they've never called it a D&D Direct or anything like that, all right? I think that this is an intentional thing, and if I am like, boy, pulling something weird from out of there, I think that we're going to get, and me just being, you know, me throwing something wild out there, I think that the Nintendo style thing I am venturing to guess. Yes, Titiana, yeah. I think that not only will we get a Legend of Zelda adventure, I'm going to do the wild prediction here, and I just think that WotC and Nintendo, which, by the way, Nintendo of America is like pretty close to Renton, if I remember right. I think they're in Seattle, right? Somebody let me know. I think that the Nintendo headquarters is actually not super far away from Renton. I think that we are going to get, just based off of them calling it a D&D Direct, I think that there's going to be some kind of a Nintendo tie-in. And I think that this is actually not that wild of an idea, though, because I know that Nintendo is looking for some new big thing to get out there. They've always had their hands into like every aspect of gaming in some way or another. There's Super Mario board games and all this other crap. But they have one IP that makes so much sense for TTRPGs. They don't have a TTRPG. I think we could fully expect like them to do something bizarre. And that would be for WotC to be working with Nintendo right now on a Hyrule, The Legend of Zelda, campaign setting book. This is just me seeing D&D Direct. I was like, I think it could happen. I don't see any reason why. North Seattle, yeah, I was about to say, I think Nintendo of America is like 10 minutes or so away from WotC's headquarters. Now, have they ever worked together? Hold up. This is interesting. Have there been any Wizards of the Coast games put on put on the Switch? Why not a Smash Bros. D&D campaign? Now, okay, am I crazy for thinking that this is actually probably kind of possible? Like, they would be being so tight-lipped on this. This would be some of the biggest... This would probably break Twitter. You think I'm crazy? I don't want to overhype myself or anything on this, but, like, boy. Do I think another Magic the Gathering crossover is on here? I think that... What Magic the Gathering setting would they do? Am I crazy? I'm just smart. You know it. What class is Waluigi? I don't know. Great old one. Warlock. A Runeterra setting book. I just don't see it. Actually, you know what? I'll say this. If that were a thing, I would say with about 99% certainty, I would have heard about it. And I will tell you right now, I haven't heard about it. You do know WotC is doing a D&D Commander set this year? Okay. Let's just do, like, MTG tie-in of any kind, right? Oh, cool. We'll just call it that. An entirely new D&D video game, or probably a remaster of an older one? Ooh, hold up. Something like that. If they were going to remaster one, I would imagine it would be Icewind Dale. NFTs. Oh boy, do I just put that down here? Beyond hyping up their digital dice. Christ. Do I think there's a chance for a Dark Sun book? I just don't think that the interest is there. I just don't. I think in the online space, maybe we see a lot of the OGL guys that really like it, but like, I just don't really see a lot of love for that campaign setting. Realistically, I don't... It's like, I think if they were going to do that, they would have done it with the Descent to Avernus campaign, because like, you want to make a Mad Max kind of a D&D adventure, you would have done it on Dark Sun. They wanted to do one, but I don't think that they thought that Dark Sun was going to be an option. So, like, you know what I mean? I think Dark Sun has probably had its opportunity to be a D&D setting, or a 5e setting, and WotC was like, you know what, we're just not going to screw with that. It is a fairly touchy part of it, you know? Huge Dark Sun fan, it won't happen. I don't have any faith that it would. You don't think it would be with the stuff that's in there? It's the setting. Um, man, what else? Like, what's a campaign setting I would want to see from the WotC franchise? Boy, I'd buy this book right here in a heartbeat. I would. I'd 100% buy this up. You kidding me? I don't even know that we would ever play in Hyrule. But, oh man, just to support weird ideas like this, a campaign setting I want them to do? Okay. Because I got, oh god, all right. So, this is something that I got so far as to talking with the creator. All right. There was an idea that I wanted to kickstart. And I had already talked to several other creators about getting on board with this. And I had like a team of about 12 people. They didn't know that they were all on the same team. I was kind of putting it together and get the feelers out there. But one setting that I had even really tried to work, and I would love to see WotC get their hands into, and I know that they could. Wizards, you are missing a golden opportunity here. All right? You already talked to Cartoon Network for sure about licensing. All right? Do this. Do this. All right? I swear to God, this will print money. This is, you all are missing out. Okay. I had, back in 2018, I want to say, I emailed Pendleton Ward and was talking to him for a while about, hey, Adventure Time campaign setting, an Adventure Time book. How interested would you be in trying to get this thing to happen? Who would I need to talk to about making it happen? Whatever. He emailed me back, and we talked for a little while about what I would have, the steps I would have to go through and everything. It's actually a buddy of mine got me into contact with him because they went to college together. So I talked with Pendleton Ward for a little while. Not a ton of emails or anything. We weren't like chatting, but he basically filled me in on the steps I would have to go through to make a thing like this happen. Cartoon Network, I got one email back from their licensing people about, I was like, all right, Kickstarter idea. I'd love to do something like this. What do you guys think? I got one email back from their licensing people that was basically like, we're trying to feel some things out. We can't really talk about it right now, but we'll be in touch. They weren't in touch. That was, 4 years ago. I emailed them again like last year because there were a couple people that I had talked to about like, I'd like to get this back up and going again. Got a little bit of a team going. Emailed them again about licensing. This time I didn't hear anything back. So I don't know. I don't know where that's sitting. So what I will say is I don't know how likely this is to happen. If I was to give it like a percentile odds, whatever, I'd say that this is like, I don't know. They already talked to Cartoon Network. Okay. I think if they were to do both of these, a Hyrule setting book and a Land of Oo book, I think we would get one or the other. And I think that they would likely save that for the new edition. I don't think that if we get either of these, it's going to be a 5e formatted book. I think it's going to be whatever the new edition is going to be. Like, you know what I mean? Cartoon Network went through a restructuring recently, so that might be why. You know how recent that was? Because I think the email I sent them was in June or July of last year. But it might be worth pinging them again. Because I'd love to make that happen. I actually got fairly far on just kind of my own ideas for that book. But yeah. But I would 100% play in the Land of Oo. Goddamn, this would probably be my go-to default world. I love this so much. and all of my friends already know basically what to expect with this world, I'm like, guys, you want to play a D&D campaign in the land of ooh? God. Smiling Friends campaign setting win. I was trying to think of another system that might complement Smiling Friends a little bit more. I mean, you know, it'd be really funny to like roll up a critter race for D&D. Chances of a Forgotten Realms non-swords coast adventure. I mean, I don't know. I'm just kind of tired of the Forgotten Realms. Like, does that make me a heretic? Like, oh god, I'm tired of the Forgotten Realms. I'm tired of Magic the Gathering settings. I'm tired of Critical Role stuff. No, I think it would be. Like, I don't think it's unlikely for it to happen, but like, I'm ready for not Forgotten Realms. I'm ready for like, give me something odd. We need something with the Abyss. Have we explored the Shadow Plane? Or like, has there been one that went to Mechanus? I don't think there has been, right? I think this one might be copyrighted. I'm just kind of thinking. I don't think that they would do Innistrad. Like, and I'm behind you. I understand why. I don't think that they would do Innistrad because I think that, like, I mean, it's so closely related to Ravenloft. Like, I think that, oh, man. Okay, and having played Elden Ring, like, man, Steamforged, I think, doing the Dark Souls book, making a Dark Souls 5e campaign, you know, oh, okay. But, like, man, if death weren't such a, like, if death weren't such a core thing, you know how fucking cool the world building is for the Lands Between? Like, Elden Ring's world is so goddamn cool. Oh man, I would love to play D&D in a Lands Between type world, you know? Probably gonna take my... Oh yeah. Have a good one. Yeah, we'll see you later, Drunken Yada. Okay. Now how likely... What are some other odd ones that we can put on here? Right? Because we got a lot of empty space. Vecna related content. I think that was actually a... I think that was a bit of a tie-in with Stranger Things. You're still hoping for a Star Wars 5e book? You know that exists, right? There's 100% already a Star Wars 5e book. Or do you just mean one from Wizards? New physical merch like plushies and clothing. If they would just stop making D&D clothes that are only like available to WotC, WotC employees, it'd be great. They have so many cool designs already that they only release to WotC employees. It drives me insane. Or like influencers. I'm like, okay, sorry, us plebeians without 5,000 Twitter followers can't get your goddamn yellow shirt with a D&D logo on it. I'm still salty about that. But like a 5e book officially by WotC, there's already a Star Wars book that I mean, I think a lot of people were like, yeah, that scratched the itch, you know? Man. Oh yeah, Hydro 74's designs as t-shirts. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, Hydro 74 is the guy that did all the deluxe edition or special edition covers that look more like tattoos. Yeah, great artwork. And yeah, just do those as shirts. Oh. WotC kind of always drops the ball with their merchandise outside their core product, don't they? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Um, there's so many things that WotC could definitely be monetizing right now. But, like, they just aren't choosing to. Instead, they're making, like, D&D merch kind of locked behind this wall of exclusivity where, like, there were some D&D branded headphones I remember seeing. Where was this? Hang on. Yeah, there were some headphones that they've dropped only for Adventurers League coordinators. Or, no, not even that. But these were fucking kick-ass headphones. Hang on, where are these at? These look so damn slick. Where were they? And you know I was jealous because they were like seafoam green. And I was like, guys, where can I find these? They're D&D branded and everything. I need new headphones. These old razors are terrible. Oh my god. I'm gonna look real dumb if I can't find these. They were so sick. And now that I've hyped it up, it's honestly, they're not like amazing, but they look cool, alright? I like them. Okay, that's the base model, but where's the like... Your Cooler Master headphones. Oh my god, where were these? Yeah, they were that model. Oh my god. No. Where are these? I don't want to waste any more time really on chat looking for these, but goddamn. Because we'll get back to homebrewing and everything, but... Oh, God, it's going to drive me crazy. I can't find it anywhere. Ugh. D&D blue headphones. Bingo, spot in on something in Dragon Plus instead of the Direct. Yeah, I almost put as a joke technical difficulties. Yeah, the last time that they did one of these, it was pretty fucking poorly put together, honestly. I'd love to see, I hope that they learned from it. I hope that from the last one they learned, like, yeah, okay, if we're gonna have you as a representative of WotC come on, like, we need to get you, you know what? We need a Logitech C922 Pro. Fuck it, we're WotC. We're getting you a Sony, like, we need to teach you how to set this up to stream. Like, yeah. We need you to have a preamp going to a nice microphone. Sure, SM7B, whatever, right? Like, this is going to drive me insane. I will find these headphones. I'll find these headphones and post them up on Twitter or something, and I'm like, yeah. But WotC only gave them out to, like, influencers and stuff. And, like... And by the way, hey, WotC, how the fuck does anyone get in touch with your press? Greg Tito, answer my goddamn emails. All right? Thank you. My God. Thanks for the stream. Have a great one, Akita. So what was it? Yeah, I hope that they learned from the last live stream that, like, set up your employees that you plan to represent the company with basic training for, like, it isn't super hard to set up your computer to just stream in a more professional looking manner, right? Like, I'm a one-man show here trying to run this whole thing. WotC as a company needs to really up their game in terms of that kind of like live stream content creation kind of a thing, right? And you would think for as much as suckers as they are for people that do actual plays, that they would have talked to somebody about doing this already. Oh my god. Huh, interesting. WotC people are old and don't know how technology works yet. They have Mackenzie Dr. Moss on the design team. Like, Mackenzie did Twitch streams and everything. Mackenzie, you should, yeah, you should definitely talk with him about, like, hey, let's help improve the quality of it, right? There's also just like, man, better banter. Like, you know, they have such, there are so many personalities in like the D&D scene that are charismatic motherfuckers. Like, great, just, oh man, the fact that they got like, was it Jack Black? Like, oh man, Jack Black, like, you kidding me? Jack Black hosting up, or like Joe Magniello, pretty good, pretty good. I don't know that Joe Magniello, really, I haven't seen him host a thing quite yet. You know, hosting is a different skill than acting. I think Jack Black would kill it. And like Jack Black hosting the D&D or the D&D 50-year celebration thing. Oh, my dude, come on now. That'd be sick. So sick. Oh. My setup is better than any setup you've seen Chris Perkins use. Well, like, it's not hard to get this stuff to operate. It requires a bit of an investment, you know, but like, you know, Joe Magniello is hot. He is hot. Wait, are they making a D&D TV show? Let's do this. TV/movie news. Let's say Dragonlance books. Well, all right. Yeah, Q&A. Q&A of nothing but, let's call that softball Q&A, right? You know what's next to impossible? Maybe add new bingo or new class to the bingo. I just don't know what the hell they would be adding. They're not gonna bring back the Scion. The Scion has like the problem with them bringing on the Scion all has to do with the Mike Merles drama. They know what to do with the system. They just won't do it again because, yeah. Huge list is now official. I would have definitely heard something about that by now. If that's an announcement, okay, Benjamin. If that's an announcement that they're going to make, and you haven't let me know, you'd like Alchemist as a class, but that idea was shot down for making it a subclass. Yeah. You know, there's a lot of potential that opens up if you just get rid of the artificer. Like, just get, yeah. Pathfinder did it. New compilation. Oh my god. Oof. Did we just call it reprint bundles? Like, oh, what if the reprint bundles are just the Magic the Gathering books bundled up, and we just get, hey guys, here's our Magic the Gathering crossover, just the Theros, Ravnica, and oh wait, am I an idiot? Was Theros, Ravnica? There's another one, wasn't there? Was it just Theros and Ravnica? Blood Hunter is now official. Get that the fuck out of here. We'll just say reprint bundles from now. Strixhaven. God damn. Yes. Thank you. Strixhaven. Strixhaven, Ravnica, and Theros as a reprint bundle. Oh, you know they would do that. You know that 100% would be a thing. Yeah, I'd go so far as to say that, like, you know what? Oh, man. Bingo, the announcement that Volo's Guide to Monsters and Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes won't be sold anymore. They'd be losing out a lot of content by doing that. Which, like, maybe that might explain. Well, nah. I don't think that they would make a decision like that. That would just mean they won't be making money off of content they've already created. What else? Something that I don't think will happen. Maybe. Like, there's got to be some ones in here that, nah. They'd introduce a fourth match. Oh, yeah, that won't be, oh. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Of course we're going to get we're going to get new edition news. I mean, I feel so confident about that. That'll be... Yeah. Now... No 5.5e news for a spot. I actually talked about it in a... I talked about it in my Discord, and I talked about it on a roundtable that hasn't gone up quite yet. Have you all heard that the playtest document got dropped, right? Well, it got... I don't know about leaked, or it's not available to the public, but there is a private playtest of the new edition that is currently out, and people are giving information on it. Like, it's a thing that currently exists. And the thing I've been told about it was people that have, or the people that know about it currently, or who have gotten information on it, were people that were in the original, like in the 5e beta. But they haven't gotten copies of this new version. They just heard from people this other information. The NAC, you might be pretty happy about this. The thing that I have heard about the new edition is we are essentially getting 4th edition with a 5e coat of paint, where we are effectively getting a lot of the how do I put this? A lot of the combat things from 4E kind of grafted into the 5e system. Yeah, please give it to me now. Yeah. Hey, Pale. Thank you for what you do. Oh god, can we get a generic crossover pop culture? Yes. Yeah. Now, I don't know a whole lot more about exactly the system other than what I've heard so far. But the thing I've essentially been told is take a lot of the combat elements from 4th edition and essentially apply a 5e, like 5e action economy and our style of stat block, you know, whatever. Apply it over to that. An adaptation of 4e with all the 5e players. Now, what this means, like, I think it's very possible that with the acquisition of D&D Beyond, they could be trying to move into a more digital format, which, like, I have nothing against people using virtual tabletop, but like, I'm like, man, I don't want that to be the way that D&D is expected to be played, right? I'd rather that be an option, not the expectation. I don't think that any form of D&D, any form of or manner that people play D&D should ever be the expectation. Yeah, the virtual age of D&D is editionless. Wasn't the worst part of 4th edition how long combat took? Not necessarily. I think the worst, the big issue that I think a lot of people have with 4th edition was that it was more so, it gamified the system in a way that they didn't like. And that you were talking about things in terms of like, until the end of combat, or this is a combat effect, or whatever. And 4E has honestly, like, been memed into its kind of disdain. Hey, McKee5, thanks so much for subscribing. Welcome to the madness. Like, 4E, and I mean, I played 3.5. I played 3.5. I played 1st edition, 2nd edition, and now, you know, I'm extensively designing in 5th edition. 3rd edition gave you a lot of customization options. And I still think that 3rd edition is still bogged down by its accessibility. 4th edition felt like WotC was trying to embrace just the combat simulator a little too hard, in that it felt more like you were playing a board game rather than a TTRPG. And I don't think it's necessarily like 4th edition making combat last too long. It's that the game felt like you were removing some of the magic, I guess, quote unquote, to some of the magic that comes with a TTRPG, right? Yeah, 4E feels like fighter deals weapon plus strength, rogue deals weapon plus dex, wizard feels, yeah, all first level features, yeah. And, like, I don't know, there was something about the way that information was presented in 4E books that I just didn't really cling on to. I will definitely say, though, and I will plug this anytime I get the chance to, which I'm taking this opportunity to do so right now. Please, books, do not fall, do not fall. Alright. Great piece of advice. For those of you out there getting into D&D, or you want a good DM book, yes. Go pick this up. You want a better Dungeon Master's Guide than the 5e Dungeon Master's Guide? Go pick up the 4th edition Dungeon Master's Guide. This is like one of the only things that... Did WotC put this out? Or was it TSR? No, it was WotC. Cool. So they do know how to write a book that is actually helpful for DMs. Yes. WotC, you could just literally take this. Just take this, put a new cover on it, give it a new layout, you know? Like, make it pretty, or prettier, you know? It's not, this wasn't pretty, but make it fit your formatting, all that. That Dungeon Master's Guide is an actual Dungeon Master's Guide. I mean, it even essentially, before it became, like, the topic, like, one of the main expectations, It even talked about pre-session, like session 0 stuff, you know? It's a good book. It's just honestly telling you how to be a DM, how to recognize what certain players might come to your table. What makes that book better? It is actually arming you with the tools, not only like, oh yeah, it gives you the magic items, whatever. It's arming you with the tools to prep, building a world, if that's what you want to go with. Whenever you are trying to prep an adventure, what do you need to know? How, like, it is a DM methodology book, rather than, here's some of the rules, here's some subclasses, magic items, here's crafting rules. Oh shit, these aren't the ones in the player's handbook. It's okay, don't worry about it. Here's some Forgotten Realms lore. The 5e Dungeon Master's Guide is terrible. It is, oh man. 4th edition Dungeon Master's Guide actually teaches you some of the things you need to know to be a Dungeon Master. And it does a very good job at presenting that to you. Types of players, I mean, like, okay. Yeah, storyteller, power gamer, running the game. Combat encounters, the fundamentals of combat, everything in here. Additional rules, actions the rules don't cover. Building encounters, non-combat encounters, puzzles, designing traps, like adventures, published adventures, building your adventure. And like, okay, whenever I say that these sections are in here, they're not just like, here's a bunch of random tables for you to roll on to possibly build out an adventure or whatever from it. These are realistic, great rules in here. Where was it? 196. Event-based adventures. Oh. Okay, I just thought of something. The encounter deck. Yeah, they give an example of... Yeah. They give an example of a town that you would build. Here we go. Of a town that you would build certain... Hey, Hyena Breezy, thank you so much for subscribing. Yeah, so like a town that you would build, events that would happen in the town, how to basically like kind of get this idea together. Like, oh. This is such a great resource right here. Kobold Hall, they give you a sample dungeon in here. Basically think about it like this. What they do in the back of this book is give you essentially the second chapter of Lost Mines of Phandelver. You know what they could do? Let's say this. I think that the Dungeon Master's Guide should have put Lost Mines of Phandelver in there. You already give it in the starting stuff, whatever. Yeah. A sample adventure being put in the Dungeon Master's Guide. Oh, get rid of all the Forgotten Realms setting stuff. Get rid of all that junk, okay? Because that is clutter. Put that in a Forgotten Realms campaign guidebook, like they did in 4th edition, okay? Now, that stuff is all super setting specific. Remove that. Maybe the intent was like, here's what it's like in this world, so yada yada yada. Give us world building advice. Give us the actual stuff we need to prep as a DM in the DM's guide. You know, don't spread it out across a bunch of different books. Like, yeah. Does it have a section on dungeon design? Yes, it does. You need to say how much you enjoy conversing. Ah, shucks. I'm glad. Thank you. Pacing. Yeah. Oh, pacing. It has a section in here on pacing the storytelling. How, guys. Oh, dispensing information. How you should communicate, giving players, like, Are my players not really paying too much attention? How can I address this? Oh my god! Pacing. Props. What props could be helpful for you to use? Atmosphere. How to build atmosphere with music, yada yada yada. Narration. How to narrate suspense. How to narrate for more realistic, like, how to pace out to where the narrating isn't going to over encumber their role play. Like, how to just sit back and shut the fuck up as a DM, right? Like, oh, getting started, delegating, yada yada. Just this whole chapter 2, running the game. They just need to reprint this. Great. Table rules. It talks about establishing table rules. Does everybody need to eat before they get here or whatever? That's, yeah. Establishing your own DMing style. Yeah, D&D YouTube did what the 5e DMG didn't. Exactly. They relied on other content creators to back that up, right? Okay. Now you asked, do they give you help in writing or designing a dungeon? Creating monsters, house rules. Yep. Well, they have a random dungeons 190. Yeah, I know. So there's random dungeons in here. Warlord NPC. It tells you how to make a rando dungeon. Not along with versatility and customization of every class makes it my favorite TV. Ah, gotcha. Ending a session. What's the best time to end a session? Okay. Troubleshooting. How to deal with some of the most common problems that come up in the game. Look, could you look at any book? And I don't believe that it says specifically designing a dungeon in here, but I mean, I don't know without digging much further. I just know it wasn't in the table of contents. But, you know, can you point to a certain book that tells you, a book in D&D 5e, could I reference a book that tells me what to do if I feel like my story continuity is getting out of whack? Can I point to something that tells me what to do whenever the party TPKs, and I'm like, crap. Well, what's my option here? I think I screwed something up as a DM. What can I do here, right? In 5e, what are you usually going to do? You're probably going to look up a web DM video and see what Jim and Pruitt tell you to do, right? Like, I mean, but, you know, like, that Dungeon Master's Guide is awesome at being an actual guide to being a dungeon master. Like, yeah. You know, it's not going to happen mainly because of money, but you feel like the Monster Manual and DMG should be one book. Keep the bestiary separate. I feel like the DMG should be more a guide. I really do. Okay. This is, okay, and I know I keep talking about Pathfinder. But, like, for real, though. Oh. What just fell off my seat? Okay. Oh, God. Right. Okay. Oh, God. WotC doesn't want to tell you how to play D&D, just how the rules work. It's a weird change. Like, they don't have competent DMs working there to provide that direction. Exactly. Okay. WotC. You need to codify something. If you're just telling people, whatever way you play D&D is fine, And I'm like, you know what we do? My friends and I pass around a roll of toilet paper and wipe each other's ass, and we call that D&D. That's not D&D. Like, what? Like, you know, like, there, and I get it. I get it. Okay, there's a lot of people, and I'm not saying this because I'm trying to be exclusive as a like, oh, some people are real true gamers or what the hell ever. That's not what I mean by this at all. I just mean that at some point there becomes a point where you're not playing D&D, motherfuckers. Like you're not playing. Okay. If I am at the table with my friends and we have a bunch of dice, or I don't know, whatever dice analog we use, and we are telling a collaborative fantasy story together, and you know, whatever. Yeah, I see that as being D&D, right? Like, oh, if like we're just using the 5e, if we're just using the 5e system to even just play in an arena with the character options that the 5e system gives us, you can probably be playing D&D, right? But like, if you are like, okay, you know what? Here we go. All right, I want y'all to tell me if I'm playing D&D. Like, I think even whenever I design, I'm getting enjoyment out of the game. I'm not playing D&D when I do that, though. But like, you know what? Are we... Let's see here. Now, I am going to load up a game. Here we go. Y'all tell me, am I playing D&D right now? Like, I'll even try to roleplay this out, right? Oh, we're all leaders that showed up to this island with rare resources that we know that we generate. I don't know. Okay, I want to... What is my kingdom going to be about in this game? Boy, you know what? I know that there's a vile robber that's going around pillaging some of these lands. I think... What shore did we wind up on? I don't know. Ooh, it's a mystery over here. Yay. Okay. I don't know. We are the woods, so we're going to be the elf race of this island. Yay. I'll need a competitive version of Isle of Dread. Like, I mean, I know that this is a goofy example, but like, I'm not playing D&D here, guys. Like, I'm playing Catan role playing, or not even that. I'm half-assing role play, right? Like, this is not playing D&D. There comes a point, like we've got to get over that jackassery of saying that, you know, saying that any way you choose to play the game, you're playing the game. That doesn't really matter. Probably not, but like. Anybody that's like kind of making the argument that like there's no wrong way to play D&D, yes, there absolutely is a wrong way to play D&D, motherfuckers. It's if you're not playing D&D. Like, you wish you knew how to play Catan. It is one of the best designed board games ever created, and it's actually really simple once you. Yeah, well, I'll talk about it sometime. I said maybe Catan in here. We might play a round of Catan. As you can, if everybody knows what they're doing, that game doesn't really have to last for 4 hours. I think as a designer, you're hung up on semantics that hold the entire system back. Technically, D&D is only published source content. Yes, yeah, okay. So, I made a distinction on, I made a distinction about this on Dungeoneer PAX live stream. And this is, it's important. I even thought about highlighting that because I think that there's this odd discussion that keeps going on about like, oh, these people aren't playing D&D or whatever, and I'm like, okay, I don't get the gatekeepery mindset here, because that sounds like a very like, oh, you're not a real gamer, bro, kind of thing, right? But it is important to say that at some point, you are no longer playing D&D, all right? I think eventually, if I pull out this book right here, I'm like, no, guys, we're playing D&D tonight. I'm like, okay, but that's not the D&D system. That's not like the action economy or whatever. D&D implies a specific thing. It's that you are playing the game of Dungeons and Dragons. Might be a different edition or whatever, but like, usually D&D. If you call me up and you're like, yeah, we're going to play some 5e tonight, and then the motherfucker shows up with this book, the rules are different, my dude. So like, now, if you've also got somebody that's like, well, I don't roll dice. I just try to see where my cat is in the room, and that tells me what number I rolled. I'm like, I don't know what. Like there comes a point where you're not really randomly generating results. Like I think random result generation is a part of this system. And if it's just like, well, everybody just assumes success, then like you're not really presented with a problem. Like if you're just like, well, yeah, at my table everybody rolls 20s anytime the game tells you need to make an attack roll, saving throw, or ability check. Like, is that really playing the game? I guess. But like, fuck, like what? What? I guess you're having fun with it. Who cares? But like, is it D&D? I don't know. Like, it sounds like a very legal mindset to require a hard boundary at some point. You don't think it applies to anyone who doesn't stand to make money off of it, and in fact hinders those who play. Okay, but like, I don't really get who my interpretation, or like what my statement, I don't really get who that's excluding. Because I think that people, if they're saying that, they're making that kind of assertion. Oh, I'm giving ridiculous examples, right? These aren't examples or ways that I've heard people play this game. I'm just saying that like, there does come a point in which I don't know that you can just say, this is mostly me taking the piss out of people that are like saying, there's no wrong way to play this game. Yes, there is a wrong way to play this game. And it's if you're not, like, if what you're doing is not playing D&D, then yeah, you're there is at a metaphysical core something that what it means to get the experience of playing the game. Like, it's a thing, Like, and why is it only D&D that we get this out of, right? We can all agree there comes a point where you're no longer playing Monopoly. Yeah. Are you really playing D&D then? I don't know. Narrator, he didn't know, and they were not playing D&D. Oh man, I wish I had a Ron Howard, like good Ron Howard impression. So like, we're playing 5e at home, right? Yeah. Like, okay, so the reason why I made this distinction, right, is because, I think that people, and this is odd, it's only D&D that really gets this, because I guess D&D was the, OG in their end. Like, it's kind of easy that a lot of people think that, like, okay, D&D is, D&D is a certain experience that some people will just call playing a TTRPG, right? You think the better argument is that even if you stick to very strictly to the rules and systems of D&D, the wrong way to play is a way that makes everyone uncomfortable. Oh, okay. This is your coldest take. A lot of people are playing D&D wrong and they deserve to know that. I don't know what the wrong way to play really is. Other than the fact of like, yeah, if you invite someone over to play D&D and they show up and then suddenly you all are like beating each other over the head with a baseball bat and you're like, it's D&D, dude. I'm like, wait, what? Like, this is not, what? That's not the game. And I know that's not the argument that people are making. And oh my God, I'm so tired of seeing this in YouTube comments. But like, I know it's not the argument that people are making. And I'm using a hyperbolic example here. But what I'm trying to show, or what I'm trying to illustrate here, is that yes, there is a point where you are not playing D&D. Even though you might say like, yeah, man, we're playing D&D. This game has an expectation that comes with it, my dudes. Like, there is an experience that D&D is meant to evoke that just beating each other over the head with baseball bats does not. Yeah, if you play golf and someone's using bowling balls and pool noodles, they're doing it wrong, right? Like, and you know, there is kind of and I don't blame people for making this argument, right? Of like, as long as you're playing the game, or as long as you are having fun playing the game, you're doing it right. Okay. Yes, this is essentially what I would consider to be more of a like, this is an argument that's usually given as pushback against people that are saying you're playing the game wrong because you're not playing the game my way. And that's not the argument I'm trying to make. I'm not giving an assertion that in order to play D&D or to be considered to be you know, whatever, that you need to obey the certain set of rules that I apply to it or whatever. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I am saying is that there absolutely is a point at which you are playing the game wrong if you are making the claim that you're playing D&D. Now, and this is like, if you have house rules or whatever that like, you know, okay, well, we do this, whatever. No, that's fine. 100%. Yeah, whatever. But if you're doing something like one of the examples I gave, you know, D&D is we lock each other into a freezer. That's not D&D, motherfuckers. Like, no. You know, like, oh no, we're playing D&D tonight, and then you show up and they're playing Jenga. That's not playing the game, you know? So, like, you think the argument is that there needs to be a set of rules applied and expected to be obeyed. There is. There is. And it's usually whenever there's a thing I want to do. And the DM tells me that in order for me to affect the story in the way that I want to, there needs to be an arbitrator. A source of arbitration, I guess we'll say, that is determining success or failure. This thing right here, right? Or, I mean, you know, because I've even heard of some people that were in prison using a deck of cards to simulate a D20, okay? So, like, yeah, there's other ways to do it, but I'm saying this is our arbiter, okay? This is the thing that helps us to determine success or failure. So, yeah, if you tell me you're playing D&D and I see your group playing D&D as a war game, that's one thing. If you tell me you're playing D&D and I see your group playing Risk, that's a completely different thing. Exactly, right? Like, yes, there absolutely becomes a point where you are fundamentally not playing this game. And, like, boy, if... I don't know how you would do this, but yeah, like, let's use your Risk example, right? If, like, your version of playing D&D is literally just playing Risk, yes, then we're no longer playing this game, right? But I think that, like, if you get away from this one simple aspect of the game, and that is that you are telling a story together, and your features and this thing that determines success or failure. Like, those are core parts of the game, right? Because I think I'm bringing up, I'm kind of getting to the heart of this. And it's that, like, some people question, I think this came up as a hot topic here lately, because the whole, is there even a need to track hit points anymore as a DM? Because this got kind of debated over on Twitter. Should you even be tracking hit points as a DM, or should you just arbitrarily determine when the thing dies? Like, whenever it's more cinematic or whatever. Is that, like, the best way to make your fights more interesting? I personally don't think so. I personally don't think that you should not track your hit points, because that's... anytime I've talked to players about this, they've been pissed off. They've been like, wait, what? Then why the hell am I rolling dice? So you're just like, you're not tracking that thing's hit points, you're asking me to track mine. That any player I've asked about that has immediately been upset with it. And I'm like, yeah, I would hate to be pulling this on you guys, like 3 sessions in, and then you all find out about this, and then you're like, oh, well then, like, you know, and if some people want to do, you know, Ross defends that. And I even talked with him about, like, do we want to have this debate at some point on, like, eye patch and monocle? But, like, you know, I think that, the arguing in favor for this, I appreciate you. I think that there is, okay, I am not saying that there is a negative thing here. I'm not trying to demean anybody by saying this, okay? And one of my best friends that's in the D&D scene, you know, Ross, has said here on stream that he doesn't track hit points, okay? I feel like that robs players of a part of the experience of playing this game. And that's the feeling of, like, their features really mattering. Because sometimes the game is budgeted, your features are budgeted around how much damage they dish out. So, like, is there any point in playing a character who their budget is blown entirely on the damage that it provides, whenever that damage doesn't mean anything? It feels like that throws out the war game tactical aspects of this game that I just, you know, there's only been like 2 or 3 rules that I've heard of that I was like, I think I could make a justification as to why at that point you may not be playing D&D. And, like, I don't mean to, like, really upset people by this, but, like, I'm just making as objective as an argument here as I can. I said this on Dungeoneers Pack, and I'm like, okay, a game has to have something of a failure state. If there's nothing that you're trying to avoid happening, then there's no victory condition either. Like, if you know that you will always win, then you don't actually ever win, okay? But, like, looking at separate board games, Monopoly, the goal of that should be that I want to get all the money, you know, whatever. And that means nobody else should have the money, right? The failure state of there is somebody else wins. Boom, failure state right there. D&D, it's tricky. And I think that D&D has a pretty fluid failure state. And what I mean is, like, the failure state for D&D seems to be, like, if I was to look at all of the features that D&D gives you, right, they seem to be designed around a particular thing. And that is either causing death to other creatures or mitigating things that could cause you to die. I made this argument over on Dungeoneers Pack's, like, live stream. And so therein, I think that if we were to just give you, okay, what is the failure state that the benefits of this game seem to be helping you to prevent, it's your death. right? Or the TPK, right? And the idea of success would be our party is victorious in our endeavors, right? Now, D&D is tricky because this is a pretty flexible thing, and you dying could mean that your party still succeeds in some way, right? So it's a little bit harder to pin down on that, and I don't want to, like, you know, whatever. And I've gotten pushback about people saying that, like, you're gamifying it or whatever. My dudes, it is a game. It is a game, all right? It is a game. So, like, we will be talking about it like what it is. It's a game, all right? If you start to throw out rules, like you say, like, players can't die. Your characters are immortal. In certain campaigns, I will say that could be pretty cool storyline right there, right? But then you start to take the weight out of things like Zealot Barbarian being revived with material components and whatnot. Okay, gotcha. Revivify. Does Revivify have any purpose in a game where everyone's immortal? I don't know. I don't know. If that just isn't a thing, and you've got things that are budgeted around preventing death, well then, like, Cure Wounds isn't worth it, right? Like, you know, writing a story is a game telling them to, right? But okay, writing a story is a game and telling them to, sure. But that doesn't mean that every time that you write a story for fun or tell a story for fun that you are playing D&D. That's what I mean. Like, I'm making the argument that, like, there is a certain system in place that evokes the experience of playing D&D, or what it means to play D&D. So part of that is that the game has risk, the game has challenge to it, right? And you are presented with a challenge and being expected to come up with a way to overcome said challenge. And based off of your character's traits, your overall character sheet and everything, and an arbiter of some kind that determines success or failure, you can possibly impact the game, right? Now, there's so many different angles to this. There really are, but I'm just talking about the player kind of experience, right? The DM playing the game is just expected to have fun kind of presenting a challenge, right? How does the DM fail? I mean, you know, there's plenty of ways the DM can fail. But there's an idea that you cannot possibly, I don't want to say, maybe, is quantify even the right word for this? That you can't, like, characterize what it means to play D&D. Because if you do so, that is taboo, and you should be locked away for even considering that D&D is a game. It is a game. Everybody out there that is still under this wacky delusion that D&D is some, like, sacred experience that cannot be had in any other way. Stop drinking the Kool-Aid, all right? It is a game. Yeah. Yeah. So, D&D and failure states. It seems to be that a lot of character options are designed to either, like I said, cause the win state of our party was victorious in our endeavors and we can keep moving on, or prevent the failure state, which appears to be complete party death and the story wraps up prematurely, I guess, right? Right, the G in RPG stands for something, right? So, like, maybe the game is this flexible, like, abstract, right? The enjoyment of it comes from this interaction that goes on, where the DM's good feels come from, I made a thing that other people are having fun with, and therein, that's giving me all the endorphin, whatever, right? My dopamine rush. Great, cool, interesting it can do that. I love that D&D can do that, right? We're telling a fun story and therein because of that, you know, whatever. But like there is definitely there is definitely a role-playing gangsta. If you've learned anything in your philosophy classes, it's that arguing over definitions of things and experiences never gets anywhere. My dude Aristotle has got to have a word with you. Oh, no. That's the core of philosophy. Oh no, I highly disagree with that. Getting to the metaphysics of a thing, getting to the basic core reason why we say a thing, qualify something as a thing, right? No, I think that this is actually really, really helpful in addressing some of this. It's the core of philosophy. It never gets anywhere? What? Because you're in the classes. Aristotle's, okay. Oh no, I will 100% disagree with this. This is, let me... No, yes, here we go. No, I'm not going to read you Aristotle right now, but... Okay, there is a gray... I wish that they would make this cover more interesting. Because this was legitimately one of my favorite things I ever read whenever I was in college. Oh, thanks, honey. I need to get another copy of this. I let somebody borrow it and never got it back. Aristotle's Introductory Readings. Please, if you are even slightly interested in philosophy, go pick this book up. It's very, very cheap. It says it's only $19 over here on Amazon right now. I've seen this go as cheap as like $2. Okay, if you go to like any college bookstore and look through their used books, this is most likely on sale with a lot of important stuff already highlighted. Okay, now in there, Aristotle is talking about the essence of what it means to even be, what it means to think, what it means for anything to exist. And not in a way that's like all that's unapproachable. He's actually extremely layman in his terminology, right? Or in his rhetoric. There we go. Reading his metaphysics, if you are getting into game design, is actually pretty great. I know that sounds like a nothing kind of statement, but reading his metaphysics will make you understand the importance of defining your terms before moving on to any of your points later on, right? I think it's extremely important that before you start to have a discourse with somebody, to help remove misunderstandings, it is always helpful for you to stop, analyze the discussion, and think, okay, are we on the same page about what this word right here means, right? If I say the word 8, am I talking about a number or a past tense verb? Because if I say the word 8, do you have any context for that? There's nothing else informing that. So, if I'm just asking you all right now, who thinks I said the word 8 as in the number or 8 as in the verb, do we really come to a consensus? Like, no, we have no information to act on for that, right? So it's important that we define these terms, like what does it mean for a game to have this failure state, right? Or what does it mean to role play? What is it, and if we're going to have this kind of discussion, which I think if we enjoy this experience and we want the game to improve and keep giving us those feel goods, I think it's important for us to agree on what is fundamentally unchangeable about that experience. So like, whenever I think about D&D at its core, and I'm trying to understand what the game is kind of like arming you for, that's kind of what I'm looking at, right? I'm thinking about like, okay, what am I trying to do in this game? How am I trying to do that? And then what am I trying to prevent? Like, you know, that's like, that's really core to any game, really. D&D is a legal entity that has its weight that must be considered, but you see no reason to lean on it to define it the way it evolves outside that legal arrangement. Huh? Locking the creature, scaling the character abilities. Trying to see if there was something that was the philosophy and metaphysics is fun. I don't think anyone is going to get much out of arguing over where the fuzzy outline of D&D is. The reason why okay, so the entire reason why I came up with like this YouTube channel, and the entire reason why I love, you know, talking about this game, right? This is a thing I love doing. I'm a D&D enthusiast, right? I have a lot of fun with this hobby. It's managed to, it's been the thing that I've been really lucky to kind of turn quasi into a side hustle, hopefully a career, right? So like, for me, I've been able to use it as a launching pad to do other things, right? Now, I love a lot of what this game has done and the experiences I've had with D&D, right? I met Amanda because of D&D. So like, I love a lot about this game. And that means I care about it. Yeah, are we playing D&D right now? I care about it enough to, despite its flaws, still keep talking about it, you know? And what I would hate to see is the people currently designing the game feel that or lose sight of what it means to play this game, right? So like, someone kicked me in the balls and said it was D&D. Oh man. Yeah, damage and dick. So like, if you aren't shelling out money to WotC, that's just not D&D anymore. Hey, you know what? I have made way more money off this game by this point than I've paid into it. Yeah. So like, what I think is like important about this kind of a thing, right? Why do I think that it's even important to have this kind of a discussion? Partially to push back whenever people are, let's say, geez, I don't want to say whenever people have the wrong opinion, because that sounds really exclusive and everything. Yeah, a pigeon pooped on me and said it was D&D. Yeah. I push back at people trying to make claims as if they have an informed opinion about this game, or like they know what this game needs, whenever it's clear that they're not even arguing for the experience of the game. And like, I mean, is it really affecting me that this one person says this thing in particular, and which does whatever? No, not really. Except if they get into a position that has an effect on the game itself. And it starts to affect the quality of certain things. And I mean like adventures that they put out, or intrinsically the quality of the game, right? Do I think it's bad that people are playing this way, or people wanting others to play this way? If people, okay, so and I'm even saying this, if you're listening to me and think that I'm dictating to you the way that you need to play this game, that's not my goal. That's what I would consider to be a quality of a toxic content creator, okay? I'm not trying to gatekeeper anything. What I am saying is that I'm making more of a philosophical argument that yes, there absolutely is a point in which you are not playing D&D, right? It's pretty easy to prove. You're playing Monopoly, you're not fucking playing D&D, right? Yeah, we said all that. Now, just as, and this is another issue I have with like the actual play format, okay? And why I haven't really done that on here. And it's that there are two very toxic parts of the online community in regards to this game. And both of them revolve either backseat or front seat gaming, okay? What I would consider, you all know what backseat gaming is. Front seat gaming is me sitting here in front of this webcam right now and telling you all you're playing D&D wrong. Okay. But as long as you're playing D&D, that's whatever. But I won't make the claim that you're playing D&D wrong. What I will say is there comes a point where you're not playing D&D. And then you could make the assertion that, yeah, that's probably playing D&D wrong if we call it that, right? Like, yeah, toxic. It's my argument. And this sounds so like, yeah, no, duh. But like, for real, I'm like, no, there absolutely is a point where you are no longer playing this game. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know? You're playing Tyranny and Dragons, you're not playing D&D. Oh, holy shit, that was funny. Yeah, arguments over digital mediums never go well. Sure. Oh, that was funny. But no, if I'm like, you know, how do we determine outcomes? Oh, we close our eyes and pull a color from a pack of Post-it notes. It's purple. That means I rolled a 5. I don't know. That means I what? Okay, 5e is a system. 5e is a system, which means it's an engine, right? D&D, let's say D&D 5e. D&D 5e. D&D is a high fantasy game that uses, at least 5e, the 5e system, right? D&D is essentially just an expectation of what Wizards of the Coast says, like, these are options for the 5e system, right? And the 5e system is the set of rules, it is the engine that runs this game. Now, you can swap around to where there are all kinds of different editions that establish, well, like the set of rules that you have agreed upon to play this game. But like, oh man, yeah, we're gonna play Call of Cthulhu this afternoon, but maybe it's actually D&D, I don't know. But look, like Robotic Raven Mage, what I'm basically saying is like, look, you all know there was a point in which, yeah, you're playing D&D wrong. That line exists, all right? But like, look, I think, like, how do I put this? Some people may think, yeah, D&D to TTRPGs is the Kleenex of tissues. Yeah, 100%. Some people may think that, like, if I'm saying that you're playing D&D wrong, that means that, how do I put it? Your experience is invalid. Or, I don't know why people even get worked up by this statement anyways. It's so, like, it sounds like the kind of thing that, like, I mean, honestly, I don't know. If someone calls me, like, not a real gamer, it feels like I'm, like, getting worked up about that kind of thing, you know? Yeah. So, like, I think that there does eventually come a point in which, like, you can make the argument about the engineering and all that stuff, but, like, oh, Taron went on Twitter. No. No, this is actually spawned from the Matt Colville video. The Matt Colville, like, goddamn Wyatt's Heard to Talk About D&D Online video, in which he started out like kind of throwing shade at Optimancers, and like then went on to like this old war story kind of a talk, and yeah, it was him basically saying like, well, it's hard to talk about D&D because D&D means something different to everybody, and like, as long as you're playing the game, then you're playing D&D, and I'm like, or as long as you're having fun, then you're playing D&D, and I'm like, that's not, God, like, it's not it, like, oh man. There is an expectation to what it means to play D&D, my dude. My dude. Yeah, playing D&D wrong sounds like an attack, but if you think about it, it's really not. If you get worked up by the fact that someone says like, oh, well, you're playing D&D wrong, and it's like, no, wait, but no, for real, like, oh man, there's certain things that you do kind of need to play this game, right? Like, I think, in essence, let's say this, okay? The expectation is like, you're usually going to be playing the game at least guided by the player's handbook, the monster manual, and the Dungeon Master's Guide, or let's go even further, the basic rules that they give you in the 5e book, or let's go even further, the free options, everything that's in the OGL, whatever, right? Systems reference document, all right? Boom. That's the expectation of like, okay, D&D 5e. That is communicating to you the D&D rule set for the 5e system. And you can homebrew those rules and do whatever, but like, I'd expect that like, I kind of get a feel for how to play the game based off of that explanation right there. If the rules you're using tweak the system so hard to where it's not recognizable as one of those things, and you're like not even accomplishing the same outcome of like the intention of the game, I don't know that you're actually fucking playing D&D. Like, oh man, yeah, like I made an egg sandwich once. I was playing D&D. Like, well, I guess it's theoretically, yeah, you can just make a sandwich and say, yeah. This combo is just mean when someone says your when they mean your. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's meant to be a roleplay engine. It's meant to be a roleplay engine. But there are also certain expectations that come with it, right? Kiki Sex is my wife call that a role-playing game. Hey, I mean, you know, could be a role-playing game. Ah, okay. That's been a goddamn zit on my back for the last like month, ever since Colville put that video out. Yeah, like I mean, Colville has some great great DM advice content out there. But that was one of those videos that I saw and I was just like, I can't help but feel like you're taking some shots at I can't help but feel like you're potentially taking some shots at some people that like didn't really need shots taken at them. This wasn't really, you know, necessary. Can we talk about Homebrew now? I'll do what I want. You know what? What if I... Oh, there's nothing easy within arm's reach. I can totally make the stream about it now. Whatever. Okay. Oh, what do we want to talk about? Well, thank you, Mac. Oh, there we go. Okay. You think I'm misunderstanding his take? I have heard from several people try to explain that video to me. I think the thing that just bothered me the most with, oh god, there I go. The thing that bothered me the most with that whole thing was just, honestly, I saw it and just didn't feel like Colville really got a point across. Like, it felt like 10 minutes of like I it's hard to talk about D&D, but it felt like it came almost as a reaction to the way that the perception that MCDM has been getting on a lot of things. And oh boy, that company has been getting a lot of like flack on quite a few of their projects, you know? Like I mean um yeah, it's yeah, I mean I don't really know how else to put it. They it seems like every time they've released a thing, there's been some kind of issue with it. I'll just, yeah. And I'm not talking about like just from a design perspective or anything. I'm talking about like sometimes ethical issues, you know? Yeah, sure. In fairness, it's hard to talk about D&D, but like, cool. So then make that the point of the video, not also talking about the way that we used to play these war games back in our game shop. Like, you know, like Colville has some great philosophy videos on running the game and everything. But boy, like when keeping consistent to making a point about a thing, it just kind of goes everywhere. It's hard to talk about D&D because everyone interprets some rules differently or has house rules. But the thing was, Colville didn't do a great job at expressing that in his video. Like, and you know, he might say that like it's hard to talk about D&D, and I don't know that that was a thing that was like, I don't know. I just didn't feel like it was absolutely 100% necessary of a video. Yeah, the odd thing for me, I probably wouldn't have reacted to it as like kind of like I did had I felt like the point was really established, or had he not really taken a shot at people who got enjoyment out of doing things like crunch building, right? Like the weird jab at optimizers in the beginning, I was like, why does Colville have an issue with optimizers? That's huh? Like it almost felt like he was saying the way that they look at the game is incorrect, or I'm like, I don't know. It just, yeah. Or people that make content, or what was it? People that make videos online about certain character builds. It's almost as if it was hard to talk about how hard it is to talk about D&D. Okay, but I don't think it's necessarily all that, like, oh, how do I put it? Yeah, oh, yeah, whatever he was saying, that it's like they're speedrunners trying to solve the system, right? Optimizers critique MCDM design aesthetics more than casual players slash fans. Yeah. I mean, I knew that um, there were people in the MCDM Discord who, whenever I brought up some issues about the way that the Illrigger stuff was handled, the fact that they changed the price point after good reviews went out for it and did not tell that to any of the reviewers, I will still, if James Intercasso or anybody wants to hit me up about that, because I've emailed them about this and they never got back to me, all right? So, the Illrigger, I reviewed it as a $6.66 product, and then after good review, I gave it a at least okay review. I was critical, but like I said that I had worries about certain things that could have been changed later on in a balance pass, and they said that that would happen, and it never did. And then around a year later, they changed it to $15 for that thing without any change to the book, like any change to the material, after the reviews had gone out positively for it. And yeah, I told them, I was like, guys, I got an issue with the way that this was handled, and they just never got back to me on that. Colville definitely displayed. Oh, hey, what's up, Josh? Throughout his video, he never said that they were wrong for playing or approaching D&D the way that they play. I thought he said that he had an issue. Well, right, not that not that they were wrong. I thought he said that he had an issue with the way that they view the game or the way that they engage with it or the content that they create around it, right? Like they feel like D&D is a game that needs to be solved. So therein, like, this feels like the wrong way to approach the game or the wrong way to talk about the game or something like that. And it just felt like an odd, like, um, I don't know. Hiccup. But yeah, I don't know. It just seemed like an unnecessary quasi jab or something that could have been interpreted as a jab towards optimizers, and it seemed like from kind of out of nowhere. But yeah. Now, oh, what's the other weird shit? All right. What else do I predict is getting out of this D&D Direct? I mean, we can always watch the video right now and see what he's actually saying. I've watched it like 4 times. Ugh, I'm good. I'm good. Like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's really all that important of a video to really necessitate all that. I'm not trying to dodge out of it or anything. I'm just like, oh god, I think that there's so many other things I would rather do with the stream, honestly. Mm. I've got pop culture crossover on here. You're not a big fan of the expectations optimizing. Oh god, crap! You just got away from me in chat. Um, oh wait. Hold up, because okay, the bingo card is just something I made for kind of funsies. Um, okay, so let me see something real quick. Is that review embargo over? Right? Because I mean, they still send me. MCDM still sends me review copies of stuff. Oh, which speaking of, they just sent me a review copy of Arcadia 15, which has a review embargo until the 20th. Okay. Oh, I wasn't supposed to talk about that? Whoops. Okay. Review embargo until when? This is a Dropbox. Okay, new rules. Cool. Anything else? I thought that... Okay, the PDF preview. Any press about the book is embargoed until then. PDF... Okay. So I guess this is the thing that they... Okay. I guess they may have already dropped this. I got it early and then they said that like, oh yeah, he's gonna appear behind me for breaking embargo now. Yeah. Now there's an I try to look out for good quality content, all right? I like finding stuff that's fun and good to talk about, all right? I like being more excited about content because I love promoting good stuff and saying like, hey guys, you should really add this to your game because it's really fun and cool because I would like to use it, right? Like, yeah, I would way rather do that than find stuff that I'm like, oh, but okay. That's kind of how it feels every time I get sent an MCDM thing. Like, nothing about Mystic, yes. I mean, that's kind of a given. Okay. So, oh god, if I take off work and then they wind up only doing like a 10-minute thing, oh, I'm gonna be so mad. Okay, so like whenever I'm doing a video, I try to always be productive with my critique and everything. But like if it's a product that people are asking you to pay money for, right? And they're a company like MCDM that has money, they have full-time employees, they have that money. They get millions of dollars funded on Kickstarter. Like they have the money to make quality stuff happen. But they keep fluffing. It is the free space, yeah. There's things that get mishandled. And they're easy fixes. They are. Like, dude, hit me up about the next book that you guys want to put out, MCDM. Please, I will help you out with getting that stuff better suited for the 5e format. If you're going to keep writing for 5e, let's help you out, all right? Someone, I think it was Jordan, pointed this out. All right, so here is basically the preview that they have for Flea Mortals. I got sent this from James Intercasso, but with the review embargo and everything, I was like, oh boy, I don't really know when would be a good time to really bring this up or whatever, but yeah. Now, okay. Reach out to MCDM. I have 2 or 3 times, and they don't really respond. Except I've talked to James Intercasso about some stuff, but whenever it came to like, hey, if you guys want help with the thing, let me know. I never get a hit up back. So I don't know. Anyways, you love this preview? Okay, this stat block right here really worries me right here about how much checking they did into CR. How much the group knew about like generating this number right here. This stat block right here is not a CR half stat block. This is a CR3. There is a massive disparity between this thing's defensive CR and its offensive CR. That makes me think that the only thing that they used to generate this number right here may have been its defensive CR. Like, if you look at this, okay, this Goblin Sniper is most likely always going to be used in a way that's going to make everything work in its stat block. It's going to want to hide. It's going to want to stay away and get this advantage, right? First off, okay. It's got proficiency and a skill that's going to really help it out with all this stuff. Average damage per round this thing is going to be doing. It says 6 right here. So 3.5 plus 3, round down, 6. Okay? Here's the problem with it. Sniper. This feature right here boosts this thing's offensive CR way up there. Way up there. If the sniper misses with a ranged weapon, if the sniper misses with a ranged weapon attack while they are hidden, they remain hidden. Additionally, if the sniper hits a target with a ranged weapon attack while they have advantage on the attack roll, the attack deals an extra 1d6 damage. Cool, so they built sneak attack into this thing, which means this thing is actually dishing out about 10 damage per round. This one stat block right in here, with 2 features that greatly benefit from this thing staying hidden, which means advantage generation. Very, very easy advantage generation and advantage guaranteeing, essentially, because they're going to remain hidden even if they do miss, right? So this thing's offensive CR is actually like a CR4. This 2 hit is more like a plus 10, effectively. Like, its defensive CR also gets a nice boost because of this feature right here, Sneak. This bonus action, it's actually very, very good. This stat block is, and this sounds kind of odd and small, okay? But, like, I think that they only calculated this CR up here based off of this damage right here, not factoring in the total damage that it can do with this added in. You have to calculate off of potential damage, not guaranteed, or not average damage shown right here. So the fact that it doesn't calculate this into its offensive CR, that's, I don't know about that. But, so this thing's offensive CR essentially being about like a, I think whenever I did the math, what was it? I posted the results of, over in another Discord server. Yeah. So this is me trying to do the challenge rating calculation. So its defensive CR, its offensive CR is more likely like a CR4. Its defensive CR is a CR2. Because the average damage per round it's doing is 10. Its effective AC, because it can just take the hide action all the time, is, yeah. And then its effective attack bonus is likely a plus 10. So this is, I mean, because, it's crazy how much this right here actually adds to the overall CR of this thing. And do not use this as a minion. Like, how is its effective AC 22? It gets to take the hide action as a bonus action, and then it gets this other nice benefit right in here, while it always remains hidden. But yeah, I think that it was basically, I used it the same as like Shadow Sneak whenever I was calculating this. But yeah, this is nothing to be just kind of thrown as a CR12 or a CR half. This is pretty damn beefy. So like, even if you were to remove, like, let's say we don't calculate its offensive or its effective AC is 22, all right? Let's say we remove that. That's not really my big problem with this. It's that its offensive CR brings this up to probably about a CR2, if not a CR3. Your calculations say that it's a CR2. Whenever I was doing this, there wasn't like a real great comparison for this, like, sneak. Defensive CR of 1/2. Yeah, apply Shadow Sneak to that, and you'll see probably where that came up. So, this is, like, the offensive CR of 4, it means that there's a big disparity happening. Like, pretty big disparity happening between this thing's potential damage versus its defensive CR. And I think that, like, I don't think some... I think that what they did to get this number was just calculate what this did right here as its defensive CR, and then calculated, I don't know, either dagger or short bow. It's only getting the +5 with the 6 piercing damage, not factoring in this thing can pretty easily get advantage because of hiding, and yeah, this thing is punching really hard. Like, really hard. Isn't it taking a lot of juice from the Skulker feat? I mean, yeah. This is the thing, though, right? So, like, it gives you CR2. But still, the CR calculation was not done properly. So, without, like, what I could do is I go through this and start just kind of like checking out offensive CRs, whatever, for a video that gets, like, you know, maybe 2,000, 3,000 views or something like that, right? But then what I wind up getting is a lot of flack from the MCDM community in the comments section. I wind up making myself out to be somebody that maybe could be perceived as like a jerk towards them or whatever. Just because I was like, guys, this we need to talk about like yada 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 whatever. And there are some people that just don't really care, because I know this because I've gotten this as a Discord response to the Ill Rigger. They don't care, and they're going to buy whatever MCDM puts out because they like it too much. They want to support MCDM like that. And I'm like, I can't, whatever. So it's a no-win thing, all right? I could put that content out there, but like me as a smaller creator, if I say something like I'm critical about something like, oh, the corpse collector is this a cadaver collector with a serial number filed off? If I say something like that in a video and put it out, then it's like that feels negative, right? And it's their money, their choice. Yeah, no, for real. I'm like, okay, well, yeah, I don't know. It's like serial number filed off seems to be their entire book. I don't know. I haven't seen the entire book. I felt like this was odd. They introduced this as a completely new monster in their video, though. On an MCDM squid dude? No, wait. They're doing knockoff beholders in that? I mean, is it? Oh, they're doing. Wait, guys. Is this really the. No. Is this their way of getting past the beholder being a... They kind of have to knock it off? Or like... They... Oh man, and you know, look, if that's the kind of stuff, it is nice art. Okay, good. Okay, right. But okay, and this is a unique thing that happens with content creators. Okay, it's that there are some people that are making D&D content, homebrew content, and they were an influencer first, right? Or they were, you know, they got big off of YouTube or whatever, and now they're like, I want to get into designing stuff for the game. Well, they have a lot of money that they can throw at like artists now, which great, awesome. I'm glad that they can do that, and you know, awesome. But like, it's like the quality of the design work doesn't always match up to the money that's getting thrown at it. And people are still becoming fervent fans because they love the way that it looks so much that they're willing to take a bite out of the shit sandwich that is potentially just not great design work. Yeah, we're paying 50% royalties to use WotC property over here. Get in line, MCDM. Oh yeah, is WotC not going to throw like a little bit of a hissy fit about this? I mean, probably not. Well, like, are they? I wonder if there's anyone at WotC that's actually a little bit peeved about that happening, but I don't know. It is within the half CR limits of Blog Upholding's monster manual on a business card? Huh? I don't know how. That offensive CR is whack. And I don't think that they factored in the hide as a bonus action stuff. Yeah, it's another thing with fandoms, right? Like, I would hope that, I mean, who did... Okay. But like, here's the thing. Laura Herzberner, I know, makes good content. Like, Laura Herzberner is one of the better homebrewers out there. Like, great. Okay. Laura Herzberner has one of the most, like, reasonable eyes for the 5e system. I don't know. Was there not, like... Are people just worried about telling Matt Colville no? Something he's made before. Books is in novels, not MCU books. Not a technical editor. Oh, well, okay. I haven't read Blogger Holdings' article where they use statistical analysis of the monster manual to figure out how CR is calculated instead of the DMG version. Want you to link to it? I've seen so many ways in which people generate, like, the CR system isn't great, but here's our way of figuring it out. I've seen a whole lot of those, and I'm like, oh, I'm trying to look at the system itself. Like, this is what the system recommends. I know that, like, okay, if you recommend, she's only editing the lore, yeah, okay. Then, yeah, if she's not editing, okay, who's your technical editor? RPG line developer? Is that James Introcaso? I guess James Introcaso is the... But, like... Then... Okay, so... Editor. Okay, so she was brought on as editor. DR Moss is a... okay, but, like... You guys see what I'm looking for, right? Like, editor implies to me that this is the person that's also making sure that this is operating technically within the system. That everything is meeting up to the 5e, like, it should plug in and play within the 5e stuff, right? He may be delegating crunch decisions without noting it in credits. Like, oh god, then why? Is there... I'm just trying to see if there was anybody in here that I recognize. Oh! Wait, what? JP! You are in my chat right now. So what are they asking for whenever they're asking for playtest feedback? You were literally, oh yeah, there you are. You are in my, yeah, hey. Okay. So then you are aware that, like, you are aware of, I guess, the beta playtest? So what is, I mean, could you, I guess, I don't know, are you allowed to talk about beta playtest? You playtested some of the goblins. As in, like, you ran them for, like, like, you ran them, or you had them ran against you? That's funny. I just did not expect to, like, scroll down and be like, oh, this person is literally in my chat right now. Public playtest on the Discord. Okay. You made a character to run against them. So they were doing encounter test of a monster against you. Which, what information were they trying to get out of that? Like, I don't know that people are actually playtesting to get meaningful information. Like, do you remember which ones they ran against you? Because, like, I can tell from reading these which ones are going to or aren't going to do the thing you intend it to do. Ah, cool. Yeah, we know that this will work, right? Like, get reckless. Each willing ally becomes reckless. While reckless, the creature has... Okay? It's like, you don't have to run a creature... you don't have to run a creature at an encounter against players to determine, like... Okay, is this thing at the right CR, right? You're usually doing it to make sure that the mechanics make sense in combat. They changed up at least some of the stuff since the playtest. We cheesed the Goblin Queen with the Eloquence Bard / Hold Monster, so they've added the saving throw stuff. I mean, that's also Eloquence Bard. Like, so they just gave her... So wait, the perception seemed to be that the players were able to cheese this thing, so give her... Queen Barget. So give her wisdom saving throws so that they can't? See, like, oh, God. Balance... Okay. Usually you're doing playtesting because you're trying to figure out what does the thing function, not does the thing need retuning. At least for 5e. She had to kill a goblin to use it. Huh. Yeah, like, meaningfully playtesting, right? I'm trying to figure out a few things. If people are playing the character option, I want to know that they felt like, okay, this makes, like, this gets that fantasy across, right? Like, I want to know that, like, if I write up my dancer, right? I want your character to feel like whenever you roll that thing up using that, yeah, it feels like a dancer, right? It feels like this is fulfilling the fantasy I wanted, you know? Good, cool. Other playtest feedback. What else can you give me? Did you find a way to break the thing? And balance in terms of like damage numbers and everything, dude, you can do that before you even put that on the table. I know how much damage a thing is intended to roll out with. Wait, retain. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought this was like a. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I think that like. I can figure out like the number balance behind a thing. I can, you know, whatever, based on whenever I'm first designing it, you know, that's all stuff you can suss out while you're in the writing room. Whenever you're playtesting something, if you're just like, usually you're playtesting to figure out quality, like the overall experience that it's evoking, right? If there's a mechanic that can be broken, not just, you know, whatever. Because, like, you guys using Bard to cause hold person, and then that leading to a decision in which they were like, we need to give her wisdom saving throws. If the choice behind that was the players could overcome her using this method, so because of that, we're giving her wisdom saving throws, I don't think that's the right... I don't think that's a good way to go about doing your playtesting or your redesigning. Yeah. Or your balancing, even. There was definitely playtests they didn't take on board, though. People in my test mentioned that the spider's trample didn't really feel right on the monster, or on the spider. They didn't change that. Trample. Because it's how big? I guess it's huge. The spider can move up to their speed and move through the spaces of other creatures. The spider can make one bladed leg attack against each creature whose space they move into during the move. A creature hit by this attack can't take reactions until the start of their next turn? If that unguarded goblin on its head is killed, does the spider roam? Huh. Oh, the skitterlings. I mean, like, the ideas are really cool. Skitterling, this fucking possum bat thing. Cool. Awesome. I love it. Like, oh, I just... Call me. MCDM. If you want some help, like, technical editing, right? Call me. You've had the complaints about MCDM monsters I've used? Okay. Yeah. And that's... They work much better than anything in the monster manual. This is going to kill first level characters. And some DMs could be tricked into thinking this is appropriate to run against the first level character. No. No, 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 no. Not with all this combined in here. This is... Oh. Like, and there are good ideas that are happening in here. And like, don't take this as like Taron's just taking a moment to pick out the one or two things he hates, right? I don't hate them. I'm just like pointing out issues with them. I like this idea that they had of like, yeah, you can assign some different, you know, ideas. Yeah. Work better in this context, meaning whenever you use them, players actually have fun. I haven't had... I don't think that the make or break thing is I used an MCDM monster instead of a monster from the monster manual. I don't know of too many players that have ever come up to me and said, boy, we just did not have fun in that. We just didn't... Like, that's never been, you know, me using MCDM content or WotC content. It's been me running it as a DM, you know? Like... The Giffy Glyph Monster Maker PDF. I haven't... There's so many TTRPG products that get put out every week, you know? People not complaining about MCDM creatures is the same reason people don't complain about DMs fudging HP. They simply just don't realize it's happening. Yeah. I can recognize that this is punching way harder than what it's supposed to. This should not be, yeah, not at range like that. Oh god. On top of everything else, I would be worried about throwing one of these at like, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like this is really going to deliver the punch that you want it to, or do its assigned role like you want it to. And by the time that like I feel like players would be reasonably prepped to deal with all the offensive CR, its defensive CR is just going to mean, like, nothing. You do believe that you run a table of people who enjoy combat and are good at building other characters. Monsters and WotC products do not work for them? That... Wait, so, like, they're tacticals, so you think that they need to have MCDM monsters to challenge them? God, I don't know what to say about that. I think that this is like, I really question the design decisions in this book after seeing this sniper right here. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, if MCDM wants somebody to help them out with the system a little bit more, please give me a call. I'd be happy to help out. All right. But also, you should release something kind of clarifying clarifying why you guys changed the price point of the Illrigger after about a year of it getting very positive reviews, or at least not, you know, dogging on it entirely reviews. And then when people were like, oh, I'll pledge to your Patreon, and then I can get it over there for $5, like you guys advertised, then you boost up the Patreon to like $10 a month. Yeah, come on now. Oh. But yeah. What did Trekker say? You want another fun, questionable design decision? Scroll up to the Goblin Assassin. Look at. Oh, wait. Okay, if Trek asked about it, then. Oh, and Zip just sent me a review copy. Oh, come on. You stand by MCDM's best product being Arcadia, which is the one they do the least for. Oh wait. Oh, shit. Sorry. You guys aren't supposed to see that one. I don't know. Okay, take me off your review list. Yep, did it? Oops. It is a new Arcadia, yes. Okay, what were you saying? Goblin Assassin, look at the... I was kind of wondering, I was like, wait, it didn't ask me if I wanted color or grayscale. Sure, whatever, color. We saw, yeah, no, I saw the Arcadia and I was like, oh shit. Where was it? Look at that attack list. Okay. All right, so this isn't one I really took a big look at. I will say AC 15. Wow, it's CR half. Okay, 3d6 plus 6. It doesn't matter that you don't give it like a shitload of hit points. It's still like, oh, there's other factors in here. Okay, don't tell me what's wrong with it. I'm just gonna try to figure out. I'm just looking at its actions right now. Scimitar, 1d6. Okay, plus 3, plus 3, plus 3, plus 3. Plus 2. Okay. I do think that this is a smart layout choice. Put the CR up here. Yeah, keep that information easy. Like, there's good decisions that are made in these books. Summon shadows. A 10-foot radius sphere of magical darkness emanates from a point the assassin can see for 1 minute. The assassin can see in this magical darkness. At the start of their turn, the assassin can move the darkness up to 30 feet at a point they can see. If the assassin takes damage, the effect ends. Oh. I don't mind that. But it's definitely not assassin as we know it in 5e. Like, that feels like a sudden, like, warlocky magic all of a sudden. Now, I'm going to assume this is the same backstab. This is the new one. When the assassin has advantage on their attack roll against a creature that isn't a construct or undead, their attacks deal an extra 1d6 damage and inflict a bleeding wound on the target that lasts until the bleeding creature regains at least 1 hit point. A bleeding creature loses 2 hit points for each bleeding wound they have at the start of their turn. Any creature can use an action to staunch all a target's wounds, ending the effect. So this does more than 50%. Okay. Okay. So Here's why this is a problem. This also CR, because this would likely push it up to a CR 3. Yes. With that defense, yes. You're getting an extra 1d6 on top of it. As long as it has advantage on the attack roll, which it has an okay-ish way of generating that. I mean, really damn easy if it's staying in range with the scimitar. So, scimitar. 3.5. Add the 3.5 from it getting the advantage. So there's 7 plus 3, 10. And then the bleeding wound, so it loses 2 hit points. So you are essentially guaranteeing that a character will take, is that 12 in total? An average of 12 damage per turn from this thing. Okay, the street's editing is all over the place, and it's not what you wanted to highlight. Which part? This is, for all intents and purposes, this is doubling the damage you're gonna do with a scimitar. And like a feature that just does double the damage. This is not a CR half. This is a CR 2 or 3. And that's what I mean by there's a big disparity happening. Like, yeah, it's acting like summoning shadows is the only way for it to gain advantage, and this is, yeah. This is the disparity that's happening, right? Because it's not just about like, can I make these two numbers click in order to average out to the CR I want it to? It's a matter of like, what is the DM going to be considering using this for, and at what level can it, like, how hard can I expect this thing to hit? And this thing's CR should suggest this is as hard as that will hit. Or to some matter, right? Some of them punch a little bit above their CR, not quite like these do. Oh, it could use 2-weapon fighting. Oh. Yeah, but it can only make 1 attack. I mean, because here's the thing. It doesn't say. So, since it doesn't have multi-attack, it can technically only use 1 of these attacks. I guess you could say it can use a bonus action, but like because it's not listed, technically it's not a thing like this stat block is programmed to allow for. I know that that's like a technical, like, well, wait, what? Like, are you sure? That sounds like a little bit, but yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, yeah, that's kind of what the stat block suggests it can't do. But, oh, God. Yeah, you know, that's, like, I could cover MCDM stuff, because, like, people ask me about it or whatnot. Number one, they keep sending me the stuff, which is, you know, whatever. I don't find myself really using much of anything that they put into those books. Like, I don't know what Arcadium is really getting me. Yeah, it looks good, but I'm not just gonna pay for layout work and art. Like, I don't know. I'm not gonna pay. I'm not gonna subscribe to your Patreon for $10 a month to just get something that looks pretty but doesn't actually have any utility to it. At least not for me, right? Yeah, no, exactly, right, Sweet Threat? It's designed in a way to where, rather than telling you this is how it should work, it's saying, no, this is how you're using this. Yeah. The dagger gives it range, I guess. Yeah, I guess. Hey! B-Man, B-Man 0510, thanks for following over on Twitch. Yeah, it's not really programmed to quite do that. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6 more to fill in. Let's get me an affiliate, my boy. Well, hey, I appreciate you watching over there. Yeah, because I'm all the way to affiliate. It's just my average view count, or my average viewers, are like 0.2 below what they need for affiliateship. But yeah, thank you. Yeah, and that's fair. Yeah. Okay. What else we got? Hmm. What's something that would feel right? I said virtual tabletop. I want to get more specific with it. WotC virtual tabletop, because I don't know that they bought Tailspire. I know that there was a deal for a little while where they were talking about optioning Tailspire. I don't know if that really went through. Tailspire hasn't incorporated any D&D stuff into their system after that long, so I don't know. An original new D&D setting? Yeah, we've got plenty of settings on here. I don't know. I'm not... sure what it would be, really. Because, yeah, I don't know that... I mean, we have Exandria, right? So I think we're kind of happy with that playground for right now. Another Magic... Ooh, we had Magic the Gathering stuff on here. Right? Yeah, Magic the Gathering tie-in. Already got the new format announcement. Matt Mercer. Oh, God. Just Matt Mercer at any point. That would be D&D Beyond news. I would consider that D&D Beyond news. But, oh, another thing. WotC. If you guys decide you want to start working on D&D Beyond and talk about your homebrew sections, give me a call. I would love to see what I can do to help out there. Monsters of the Multiverse news of some kind? What the... Huh. I mean, I don't really know what news they could drop for it. We all know it's like... a Hero Quest crossover? Honestly, insulting that there's no class homebrew on D&D Beyond. There's licensing issues I can see with why they wouldn't do that. I don't think it's just a matter of like, oh, we don't have the technology to incorporate this stuff. I think it comes down to a licensing thing. Because, like, you making content that's like fan content policy, so like... already had NFTs. Ooh. New mobile game? Maybe. You know, I had technical difficulty as the free space earlier. You think they said in a dev update that they're working on getting that to work, but the current implementation is too restrictive for custom classes? Yeah. Now, I know for a fact that D&D Beyond has tried to bring on more homebrew classes, but the process has just been kind of a slow, messy go of it. Dragons of Stormwreck Isle. Oh yeah, that's right. There is like a project that's going on that we kind of already know a little bit about. Okay, give me some like ooh. We need like some interesting like what do we already basically know is going to be there, but like new box set. Sure. I'm like I'm like what's a weird pick here? I love the weird ones. I love the ones that just feel like we have no idea. Like, I mean, Hyrule Setting Book or Land of Ubuk are the ones that I'm like, oh. Super DMG. DMG2? UA drop right after the direct? I mean, would that be hype? Nothing actually interesting. Oh, I would throw that under softball Q&A. Would it be too easy to say no new classes for the foreseeable future? I don't think that we're getting them this edition. I think the 5e's done as far as classes go. Critical Role life-size brass statues in D&D headquarters. Oh, that's funny. Talk on backgrounds. Oh, the feet background stuff. I mean, he kind of did that already with Todd Kendrick. Oh, I would bet you Dark Sun's not happening. Rules Compendium? What for the mobile app? Because I mean, D&D Beyond kind of already serves that purpose. Like, I think the big reason why WotC is probably getting D&D Beyond is control over that, right? New zine, isn't that confirmed? Announcing that Lunar Sword goes to print with no, in new book with no changes from UA. Okay, what's a cool thing? Clearing issues less bug and new content that this show. Okay. This is a book redeem codes. Established creator hire announcement. Oh god. Sonic the Hedgehog campaign setting. I think. What's another? We've got a lot of settings that are on here, so I think we're kind of good on that. There we go. I don't know. Sure, we'll just say Unarmed Arcana. Just like a UA. Yeah. Okay. We're done with subclasses. Baldur's Gate 3, WotC Virtual Tabletop, Pop Culture, Crossover, Spelljammer. D&D G Fuel flavor is so funny though. Someone gets physically injured. Can we put like accidental slapstick? What's better? I mean, webcam in 240p is pretty great. I mean, Baldur's Gate 3, sure. Dragonlance books, we kind of know what's going to happen. Nothing mystic. I mean, we know Matt Mercer's going to happen. Is it really all that? Should we... Can I put, like, miscellaneous cringe? Like... They drop a random Kickstarter. Oh my god. If WotC... Okay. If WotC kickstarted anything... Oh. I could remove NFTs? Oh, I thought they were kind of funny. Yeah, let's do this. I mean, that's pretty funny, right? Kind of. I mean, well, I think that people are paranoid that they're going to get into NFTs. If they announce that tomorrow, or if they announce that on Thursday, my dude, WotC is done. Yeah. Free space. No, the backlash on NFTs has been so severe. If WotC did that, I would literally like just get on my channel and be like, all right, look, WotC, rehire your staff. You would fire them, rehire. Oh my god, Drizzt Fortnite. All right, that's funny enough to put on here. That could actually happen though. What do we get rid of? Like, I mean, this is gonna happen. Softball Q&A is like, eh. Come on, that's so funny. That is so funny. Here we go. He killed the Mystic again. Get rid of new box set? You know, I think this might happen. Softball Q&A, I mean, like, okay, I bet that's going to happen. Like, of course they're gonna be... Yeah, put new boxes free. What set do I think they'll offer in a box set? Oh, I mean... Okay, here's what I think. I guess I can get rid of reprint bundles. The new box set was literally in the Hasbro presentation? Wait, what? No, if they announce NFTs, if they announce that the system is going to go in the direction of NFTs, I will consider that to be the death of 5e. And yes, I will go design for Pathfinder. I'll start immediately converting my stuff over to Pathfinder 2nd Edition. I won't support WotC if they make that decision. Listen, WotC. Like, seriously, the community doesn't want this. Like, they don't. Oh. Okay. So MTG tie-in is already kind of taken care of. I think Tristan Fortnite is one of the funniest goddamn squares on this whole thing. Oh my god. And that in the G Fuel flavor. Let's kind of distribute these so that we have... Yeah. Tristan Fortnite looks so good. Oh my god, that's so funny. Did we do the, like... blatant reprint book is going to squeeze the money out of 5e before it dies? I don't know what they would reprint. I mean... I don't think we'll see that. I think, like... Just, who asked for this? An all new way to play the game. Or like... Oh god, new board game. I mean, the mini collectors are gonna love that. Yeah, I was gonna say no, except in crypto. Ooh. Hold up. Alright. Because I'm trying to come up with random ones where I'm like, nobody else is gonna have this on their bingo list. God, I hate that I can't type that whole thing. Okay. Did I already say video game thing? Alright. You think who asked for this is great? I'll probably leave that, who asked for this, but like, for real though, I could actually really see them trying to do a Forgotten Realms Necrodancer game. Like, for real. Because that studio, it's an indie studio that has been extremely open to tie-ins. Oh, it would 100% be. Oh my god, can you imagine? I would. Oh man. Yeah, like it would probably be one of the only Forgotten Realms games I would like just 100% be down to play. I just god, the isometric TTRPG or the isometric RPGs just feel like they take way too much time for me to like stay really into it. I mean, Matt Mercer's a given. They're just gonna show Mercer, like he's gonna do something. But like, yeah, guy, that's almost boring now. I'm trying to come up with stuff that's like, okay, just nothing genuinely interesting is revealed. No, for real. Okay, if I'm planning on, like, you know, telling my work, hey, Thursday, I'm sorry, I've got other professional development stuff I need to focus on, and it's literally going to be like, no, we're streaming, like, for real, that's what we're doing for that. And I take off, and WotC just doesn't actually do anything, and we sit here, and we watch them talk with, like, nothing but actual players about, like, hey, so what's it like streaming on Twitch? Oh, I really love the positive community and experience, and stop holding me hostage. Yeah, no, I'm gonna lose my mind. I think that this is a sale on their games. What company do you think this is? Come on, man, this is WotC, not Paizo we're talking about here. Exclusively medieval flute instrumentals. shovelware product for a popular franchise? You mean like the Rick and Morty crossover? Yeah, I wasn't sold on the Dark Souls one. New way to play. Relevant. Some people may have noticed. We don't want to force your hand. I have a problem when people use my words against me. And what we figured out was... Oh no, that would be probably the coolest thing that's happened in this edition's history. We find out that there's some secret actual play farm where they're just keeping a bunch of people with like blue wigs on tied up, like. 90% of the presentation is new merge. You're not gonna have them. Oh, So, wait a second. Can I? Oh god, there we go. Okay. So about that Borderlands. Okay. I will tell you this much. This is the Craig the Psycho. That is a thing. That is a thing I know that... Oh, man, how do I put this? Gearbox is working on it. Gearbox is working on a Borderlands campaign setting. I forget what the world's name is. Oh my god. And this isn't like, I don't know that this is a world league or something like that. I have it on extremely good, how do I put this? An extremely trustable resource, source of mine, informed me 2 years ago that it's happening. But it doesn't sound like it's Wizards of the Coast making it. At least, yeah. But it's not like a fan-made thing or anything like that. It's licensing and everything was already discussed. So I know that that is currently a thing that is underway for a Borderlands 5e. Yeah. I don't know that it's specifically the with like Tiny Tina's Wonderlands or tied into that at all, but based off of the time that I originally heard it, it wouldn't have shocked me for it to have meant to be revealed at E3 either this year or next year. But I can confirm that there has been like that is a thing that exists in some form or another. But yeah, it's not. I don't think WotC would be the one making that decision. So I can tell you, like, I don't think we'll be hearing about that tomorrow, unless they specifically. I don't know. But I will tell you, yeah, I have it on very, very good word that a Borderlands 5e campaign setting of some sort is supposed to be released. I don't know about this year. I don't really know exactly when, but it licensing stuff was already underway. You can emulate similar Mad Max Wasteland. Yeah. I mean, I'd be alright with Tamriel, but it would just be another kind of generic, you know, medieval fantasy style world. I mean, I wouldn't be upset about it. It would just be like, okay, that exists, you know? Yeah. I don't know what it would bring to the table that would be new, you know? Actually, I need to export this and post it over on Twitter. See if that opened up right. DMZ warming up their Handsome Jack impression. Yeah, that didn't export right. Come on. Oh, do I really need that? Some elf subrace is another reprint of the orc race, a shitty subclass. You know, I mean, I'd be actually pretty goddamn down for. I mean, playing a Vault Hunter would be a lot of fun, but you know, the big thing on that is you have to bring the Mystic back to make a Borderlands game work. Yeah, Siren, sure, you know, yeah, do that, but like you have to you have now committed to. We are making a psychic class because otherwise you just don't have that setting. Oh, I'm so ready to play like a Necromancer. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, yes, please. One that feels a bit more like the Gauge, you know. Oh. Okay, does anybody know? Export to. Export with the tile size, RGB, okay. Why does this not export the fields that I filled out? Totally idiosyncratic slot system and make of it anything, I guess. D&D Starfinder knockoff, you mean Spelljammer? Except earlier? And yes. I mean, yeah, Spelljammer's happening. Like, it's fucking happening. If that's their big news, though, for this, like, hey guys, we got Spelljammer. I'm like, you should have done that 3 years ago. I really don't care at this point. Like, it's fun, I guess. And a part of me's like, oh my god, after the April Fool's joke, I'm just like, you motherfuckers. Like, you thought that was a good idea? Or maybe they just didn't realize. Maybe they just didn't realize it was April Fool's. I mean, I'm not saying, like, if they brought out a Spelljammer book, I'd be like, oh, what the fuck, WotC? I'm just like, after that April Fool's, I'm just like, whatever. What'd you miss? We're just hanging out. Oh, no, yeah, if they do NFTs, you know that, you know, all that would happen is one day at Twitter, and then WotC would just immediately pull back on that. But I mostly think it's just speculation, right? I don't really think, yeah. I just don't feel like there is a reason to believe that that is going to be a thing that will happen. Let's print that. You had a nice nap during the stream. Oh, I'm glad to help you out. Oh. That work? Oop. New thing announcement. Yeah, I predicted. Here, I'll post up my. Yeah, I'm gonna post my predictions over on YouTube here in a second, and over on Reddit, or wow, over on the YouTube. Here's my. Something just happened? No, okay. And then I think. Yeah, da da da. Oh god, I love all the living jar minis and stuff that people are making. What a great little quirky monster. Come on, give me. Where'd it go? I just made that. Where'd it go? Why can't I find it? Come on now. Where did you export this to? Yeah, the drop in quality, very fair. I mean, drop in quality makes it very fair to be hesitant to get 5e stuff. Sure. The problem I hate is that it just keeps coming out and just being like, it's one thing if it's stuff that I'm just like, you know, it's not for me. But there's quite a lot of it that's come out that's just not usable. Like, it just doesn't add anything, right? Is this gonna look like shit before I post it up? Let's see if that. Okay, there we go. There we go. That doesn't look too bad. Is that? That'll work. Okay, it's over on YouTube now. I'm glad that people are actually watching the InDesign tutorial. I was like, the first day, I was like, oh man, it doesn't really seem like people care about this as much as they were saying they would. Oh yeah, yeah, and I mean, Laser is completely right. Um, oh man, like they are the current design team is not designing for a system that they want to design in. They are designing for their idea of what 5e should be, not what 5e is. And that's what's leading to a lot of power creep. That's the main problem. I don't even think that it's something that's generally actually like. I don't think that they're greedy for like, oh yeah, we want your book money, right? No, that's not it. It's that the current design team has different design philosophies from the past design team. Big deal. Like, yeah. Actually, you guys want to look through something that. Wait, where'd it go? No. You guys want to look at something I am really excited for? Because, I'll tell you what. You know what we haven't looked through yet, but is out in the wild? And, I'm always stoked to help these guys out because they helped out my channel, and yeah. How about it? I will scroll to the table of contents. And you guys tell me what you want to see. I got basically all the go thumbs ups on talking about this one. Audio cable on electric source clicking noise. Wait, really? Are you sure? Hold up. Roll one. Is that happening? Like, I mean, because I can fix this. It's just odd because I did work to try and fix this morning. I redid all my cable management. That's why you guys are up in a different location right now. Oh, no, wait, you're right. Do you guys hear that? Is there a little bit? You guys tell me before I get way, way, way too far into this. Anybody? There's some crackle. Son of a bitch. Okay, I know where that's coming from. Oh, hang on. How about that? How are we doing? Oh, geez, I'm sorry if I just blew out your eardrums when I bumped the mic. Wait a minute. Wait, you're right. Still bad? All right. Did that. Oh, God. Because, I mean, I can see it. Yeah. Well, it is fine. I would rather fix this. It seems better. Because, I mean, I've got a noise gate on that keeps, like, you know, my like deep breathing from coming through so much. Because the thing is, if I'm talking, it's fine. Like, it's not gonna just pick up. Oh God, I hate that though. This is the whole reason I did this whole cable management crap this morning. Okay. No. This really bothers me. What's causing this? Oh, jeez. Could it be... Well, it's like a static crackle, and I know exactly what they're talking about. It's caused by my mic cable going over a source of power. And here's the weird thing. I don't see anything carrying electricity going across my mic cable. But I can tell. Oh, come on. Gone? No shit, really? Ah. My phone is near the mic. Well, and I'm used to it. I know what it's like whenever it's gonna pick up. Yeah, it's like a ticking, and it drives me crazy. It has everything to do with the. Come on now. I know 27 viewers. You can hear it if you concentrate. How slight are we talking? Because, like, at that point, that's me lowering the volume to a point. My thing is, I know whenever I talk, it's coming through a little bit louder whenever that happens. I'm just trying to look anywhere on my damn mic line. Where is this happening? I'm gonna work. I'm gonna work on that with a monitor. Wait. Fix? Really? Okay. Okay. I just gotta legitimately not touch anything. Okay, hang on. Okay. Ah. Alright, so what are we doing? 3D 100? Or one, or... How many pages are in this? Oh, jeez. Did it happen again? Is there a stream delay? Refresh the stream if you're noticing a delay. Okay. Okay, we can deal with it. I just don't want the crackle. It's driving me nuts. I'm just trying to see. Yeah, that's the problem. Because that's... Alright, hang on. I know. Stick with me here. The problem is, it's a noise gate I have turned on. That noise gate silences my mic, basically. Well, I mean, literally, I can't, like, no move it. Is it gone? Wait. There's no way. There's no way. I'm gonna, like, buy a goddamn insulated XLR cable for this. Yeah, yep. See? See? That's what I mean. It's there. And then I'm going to get like 5 minutes in, and then people are going to be like, oh, wow. You think it's fixed? Alright. I don't know. Okay. Well, I appreciate you all for sticking with me. Turn on that noise gate. Okay. So, what do you say? Roll 3 D100s. $152. No, you're fine. I appreciate you helping it out. 152 classes of the DM's Guild. So it's going to be before this, which means we are looking at, let's just round that up. Okay. Okay. This is me getting close to... Alright. Let me just get one page showing. Alright. Why do I use ad block when I can use uBlock origin? Because I don't know. That's the, I don't know. I don't have any deep thoughts on that. Okay. Theurgy Wizard. So, Benjamin designed this one kind of as a response to the way that they had done Theurgy Wizard in the Unearthed Arcana. And the issue that they had with that one, people generally gave them feedback that like this thing is just way too strong. It's getting an insane amount of options that no other wizard gets. And part of the issue was that it was pulling some of the specialness away from Cleric in a way, if you could believe it. Now, WotC decided to scrap it. Benjamin fixed it. And the issue initially, yep, he got it, he nailed it. The issue initially was that it was getting the entirety of the Cleric spell list. All of it. And that no longer made people really think that like they should play a Cleric, right? Well, if you wanted to roll up like a Restoration Wizard, now that option's available, which like some people want to do, right? Like White Mage. This feels very White Mage. Like, so, Theurgy Wizard. You have a deep faith in the transcendent nature of the multiverse. Although you may honor a particular god or goddess, you recognize them as manifestations of a divinity that suffuses all reality. You feel most in touch with this divinity when working on magic, which you view as a sacred act between the fabric of existence and all living beings. Theurgists are often at odds with their more orthodox colleagues from other traditions who prefer studying the laws of reality to meditating on its inscrutable nature. Now, Arcane Apostle. Beginning when you select this tradition at 2nd level, you can use the Holy Symbol as a spellcasting focus for your wizard spells. In addition, Cleric cantrips count as wizard spells for you, and when you prepare spells, you can choose any combination of wizard spells in your spellbook and spells from the Cleric spell list. Your wizard level determines the maximum level spell of the Cleric levels. There's Cleric spells you can prepare in this way. These Cleric spells count as a wizard spell while you have them prepared, but you do not copy them into your spellbook. Okay, so starting here at 2nd level, you can pick up some 1st level Cleric spells. You can get Cure Wounds here, Healing Word if you so choose. Whoop, get out of here, Adobe. 6th level, you can get 2nd level spells. 10th level, 3rd level. Wow, I wonder why they waited that long. I guess it's just the feature lineup, basically. So it's like you're getting okay. 4, 4, 4. I guess it is 4, 4, 4. Huh. Okay. So, leveling up into this, you're going to have to wait until 10th level to basically get Revivify or anything else. You are basically a full caster that's been given kind of half-castery potential to go over and get some of these Cleric spells. So, like, you are, in a way, still keeping Cleric's identity really sound, but still letting this wizard get a taste of their spellcasting power while allowing them to... Hang on, sorry, 1 second. I'm like... Okay, there we go. While still allowing them to do all the wizard things, right? You're not nerfing their power as a wizard, you're just giving them more versatility in the cleric stuff. Now, they're also getting Channel Divinity, so it functions in the same way as Channel Divinity does. Refreshers on a short or long rest. So their Channel Divinity, as a bonus action, you speak a prayer to control the flow of magic around you. The next spell you cast gains a +2 bonus to the attack roll or saving throw DC as appropriate. Okay. Supernatural Sight. As an action, you open your senses to the divine and arcane elements of the world, allowing you to affect their influence within 30 feet of you for the next minute. Within this range, you can sense the presence of magic and know if there are any aberrations, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead. If you sense magic in this way, you can use your action to see a faint aura around any magical creature. Okay. 30 feet of you. This ability can penetrate most barriers. This is blocked by... Okay, so detect magic. Limited to... Is there once per short rest? And then eventually twice. Okay. Really sweet use for that Divine Arcana. Like, bonus action, set it up for your spell that you cast during the same turn. Like, yeah. Like, I'm trying to see... The only thing with this right now is like, yeah, this is the wizard that's going to get white magic, right? And I'm like, I would... I guess I've just never been a huge fan of Channel Divinities. Like, I'm trying to figure out why it does feel... Yeah, okay, NAC's kind of got it, right? Like, it's very basic loadout. I would expect this much, you know? I am a cleric stan, yeah. But like... I don't know, that's only the second level. But you getting the cleric casting, yes, that's to be expected. I guess Channel Divinity, I'm like, kind of on. Kind of It's not that I have an issue with it, I'm just like, okay. It doesn't really blow up my skirt right now. But, Daily Devotion. At 6th level, choose 3 Divine Domains. As part of completing the long rest, you can contemplate these facets of the Divine, selecting one of the 3 chosen Divine Domains. Until you use this feature again, add the selected domain's 2nd level Channel Divinity effect to the options you can choose when choosing your Channel Divinity. Ooh. Okay. Okay, what are the really good ones here? I do like this flexibility a lot. I thought it was going to say a 3rd level feature, and I was like, or the 1st level feature or something like that. I was like, whoa. What, the chosen domain's 2nd level Channel Divinity effect. What are some real standouts here? Yeah. I think Forge is cool, but is it really... I mean, Forge is so, like, roleplay shenanigans, right? No, yeah, Arneson's Blessing. It's good, but... Twilight, yeah. Oh, no, wait. No! Oh, crap. Oh, crap. I always forget this is their Channel Divinity. Oh, no. Oh, wait. Oh, no, it's okay. Wait. This is funny. Hang on. You know why this is actually okay? Why I would 100% allow this, but would not allow Twilight Domain? You don't have any cleric levels. No, it's because you don't have any cleric levels. Oh, that's funny. Oh, I would allow it. Yep, I would allow it. And just, wow, that is super funny. It actually, it is okay. It is a-okay. It's funny how that actually, I think it fixes it. Just don't add your cleric level. Yep, I'm cool with it. All right. What other weird ones? Yeah. 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 No, 100%, right? This might be a problem. Tempest Domain would be, yeah, very nice. This could be a problem. Well, I guess it's your wisdom modifier. Twilight, I don't know. Guidance Strike is whatever. Ooh, it should be worth noting. There's certain spells that this is actually really damn good with. But, I mean, I guess Cleric can already kind of do that. A video on Peace Domain? I think that one's gotten kind of, I mean, kind of basically torn down. My worry about Peace Domain is mostly what happens with, like, I mean, exactly how much healing this is dishing out and how you can optimize this with, like, hey, your speed being used as a resource, right? Yeah. Nah, Tempest. Man, Tempest with Call Lightning, like, yeah, it's, or Lightning Bolt.
Oh, it smells great in here.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh, I've been burning that all day.
Nice. What are you nerds talking about?
Benjamin and Ross's UAH dropped.
Oh, cool.
And we haven't, like, yeah.
Awesome.
Well,
let's get back to it.
Okay. Hello.
Hello?
Tempest could be strong. But, like, I mean, yeah, Order Cleric is also another one that just doesn't get talked about enough. Really doesn't. Chad says hi. I don't think Life Domain is all that absurd on this, right? Oh god, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So, yeah, well, you know, here's the thing. I don't mind. Actually, wait, how good is this with Arcana? Oh, okay. So that's kind of baked into the class in a way. I do like the fact that it's making me try to, like, kind of sort out, like, okay, what can we find here? The other benefit is this comes in a book that had quite a lot of new clerics added in, including a time domain. Choosing a creature you can see within 30 feet and blessing it with spare time. Once within the next minute, the creature can use its bonus action to make one weapon attack, or use the dash, disengage, dodge, help, hide, search, or use an object action. Guys, like, whoa. Whoa. That is so big. I would almost always, if you know, DM's allowing this book, snag that. Please. Path to the Grave is also a really good pickup. But wow, that's so good. Look at how many bonus actions you can get. Just look at all this. You can make the monk really good. Like, woo. There's how you buff up monk. Roll up a time domain wizard. Invoke duplicity, not bad, right? This is a thing that Benjamin's always really good with, is he's good at making these options that feel really open-ended, that you're just like, ooh, what, like, okay, what else can I grab from this? Right? Like, yeah. This, I love the branching. Your resistance to radiant damage, kind of meh, you know, pretty meh, but you're getting that third level spell slot, or third level spell. The 10th is good. That's the thing. The 10th level stuff is good. This had to be kind of minor. Because, yeah, that third that you're getting on top of everything else you're already getting as a wizard. Oof. Huffman, more like Buffman. Price for Rest Chronal. Is it? Adobe, go away. You are. Go on. Okay. Radiant Countenance. Starting at 14th level, you can use an action to shed your mundane form for a Radiant Countenance for the next minute. While you have a Radiant Countenance, you gain the following benefits. You shed bright light out to a... Goddamn. Okay. You are a fucking sun now. Attacks made against you by creatures without blind sight have disadvantage. Whoa. Whoa. Whenever you cast a spell that deals damage, you can choose Radiant instead of its normal damage type. That's very good, actually. Use this feature you can't use again until you finish a short rest. Or, wow, a long rest. Man, my brain right now. Great defensive stuff happening. You get your 4th level spell. Now you can augment your wizard spells. Is there any spell? I mean, the flexibility is really nice. Quite Curious Music. Oh, what? I had to be turned down. I didn't even know what. Binding of Isaac stuff. Kind of fitting. Okay. Massive area of bright light. God, that's such a strong defensive feature. You need to swap it. It does feel like it's almost like a paladin capstone in a way. Oh, I guess it kind of is. Yeah, for the next minute. Yeah, it's a paladin transformation. Okay. Alright. I mean, I am like... Okay. This is the thing right here. Like, this is the thing right here that tells me, yes, Bard needs to be a half-caster. Just needs to be a half-caster. Like, I think we're going to have a much heavier system whenever we stop, like, trying to give the red mage classes this full crazy lineup, right? I mean, this is, if you want that restoration wizard, like, this'll do the job. Like, you know, I love, I'm starting to think of, like, okay, meta magic options, but I guess cleric can already do that. I'm just running through my brain of, like, anything that might be a even kind of slight issue here. I think it's basic. I don't mind that. The 6th is giving you the territory to explore. Wait, what was light domain? Oh, wait. What was... Wait, nope. What was... Red Mage, it's a Final Fantasy term. It just means that you're a healer slash damage. Radiant damage, that's so situational. Just sent me a message from Ross about that channel domain. It appears that some of the text is missing from the daily devotional feature. Similar to Crusader's channel divinity feature, it should have an additional sentence stating, your wizard level counts as your cleric level for the purposes of your domain's channel divinity. We'll add it to the errata document we're compiling because the book decides things will get missed. Wow. Woo! Ross! That... What? Hold up. I know that, I mean... What? I mean... I would seriously worry about that. Like... I mean, I know it's in the system. Like... No, I mean, yeah, that's my thing, right? It's not like this is raw, because this is one that Benjamin wrote back whenever cleric wasn't this fucking nuts. And I mean, okay, if you're going to make the argument, no, here's the thing. If you're going to make the argument that, like, all right, this is too good to be in the game because Twilight Domain exists, but you allow Twilight Domain to exist, then, you know, whatever. If you're feeling like Twilight Domain is too strong, I would say ban Twilight Domain because it's making another option look too scary. You know what I mean? Yeah, well, Twilight Domain just needs to get yeeted. Yeah, it needs to be yeeted the fuck out of this game. You mean bards aren't really healers? Questionable. It depends on how you build it. But they totally have the ability to be the party healer. Yeah, so I would personally really play one of these because, I mean, I love the idea of, like, Restoration Wizard. The Theurge kind of play, like, my thing is, like, would I rather play this or would I rather play Light Domain Cleric? Because, like, Light Domain Cleric feels like, yep, I'm gonna just throw fire everywhere. And like, that feels like the, oh man. And you get the full bevy of Cleric spells over there. And it shouldn't detract from, like, I'm not saying it detracts from any kind of quality here. I'm just like, what would I rather play? I honestly think, man, I love the flexibility you can get out of this. Oof. Passing on an Oxcore like Cleric is straight fire. Man, it feels like a different kind of flavor that, like, I mean, yeah, Light Domain, you know, Light Domain is specializing in fire. This is like, what if you wanted to be a Cleric of Frost, or you know, Priest of Frost, Wizard, whatever. The Cleric of Bigby's Hand, right? I'm like, I think that there's some flavor rubs, but, like, we don't have a Restoration Wizard. So I'm, like, pretty all down for that. Oh, no, like, yeah, right? I don't allow multi-classing Homebrew, and then Benjamin releases a Homebrew subclass that literally multi-classes. Yeah, but I'm cool with it over here, because, like, it doesn't just feel like it's a lump of mechanics. it's like, yeah, you're having to invest your subclass into getting that multi-class over. Yeah, solve that. Great. I'm pretty down with this idea. Like, I wouldn't have any issue with Hexblade if you couldn't multi-class. Yeah, fine. Take it. Go. The Eldritch Blast thing, I'm like, all right, whatever. But yeah. 5-head move. Yeah. Oh wait, there we go. Clear. All right. Let's do, what do you guys say, 2 more of these? Or wait, do we let Amanda pick? Yeah, prestige class created. Hey Amanda, come here real quick. What?
I said making me put pants on.
Okay. 2 more, but roll the Titan Warlock. I've actually had that one in play at my table, and it.
Amelia, can you not go on?
So this is Benjamin and Ross's new book.
Okay.
Now you tell me, is there a subclass that you're seeing in here that you're like, oh, check that one out, or like?
Okay, wait. So where does it start? Where are all of the subclasses?
Here's like where everything starts.
Okay.
There's Artificer, Barbarian, Bard, Cleric.
Okay, give me a sec. So Artificer. Cognition sounds cool. Oozologist? Okay.
Right.
Okay, Barbarian. Ooh, Path of the Skin Changer?
Yeah, I think Ross wrote that as a request from somebody, and then
Stampede. That's cool. Bard. What is College of Canticles?
I think that's like a more religious bard, maybe.
Oh. Ooh, College of Pantomime. Okay. Puppetry. Cleric. Oh, Commerce Domain. That's interesting. Ooh, Darkness Domain. Okay. Infernal. Love Domain. Aw. Time to. Okay, the clerics sound awesome.
Oh, the Time Domain's got a great channel divinity.
That's dope. Yeah, I really like all the cleric ones.
I'm curious how they handled the Love Domain, because WotC was so scared of this, they completely renamed it.
Whatever, WotC.
Well, I mean, that's what eventually became. Did I ever tell you about what happened to the Love Domain thing?
No, but pin that for. We'll come back to that because I want to look at these others real quick. Circle of the Branch, Circle of Cataclysm, cool.
Yeah.
Circle of Succulence, aww.
Yeah, I saw a release version of that.
That's my basic bitch coming out. Okay, Combat Medic, that's cool. Underfighter, that's dope.
Yeah.
Gladiator, oh, Seafarer. Man, Nash would love that. Monk. The Kabuki, are you kidding me? Is that the guy with the giant balls?
No, that's the Tanuki.
Oh. God damn it. Leave it to me.
Oh my god, that was too good though.
Well, there's that. Ooh, Tattooed Temple, that's cool. Paladin. Ancestors, cool. All Compassion. Rebellion, Unity, Vigilance, those are all cool. I'm just not a huge Paladin fan. Which is funny, I like playing them because I like to be a heavy hitter, but in terms of like the lore and stuff, I just don't care about Paladins. Ranger. Apex Predator, that's
they did
dope.
Bounty Hunter, okay.
That's cool too. Crone's Guard? Cool. I don't even know what that. Ooh, a free runner. Cool. It's like freaking Ezio or somebody.
Parkour.
Yeah. Parkour. Geomancer. Okay. I like all the ranger ones. They sound cool.
Yeah.
Rogue, Apothecary, Bouncer. Okay. Oh, Paramore. Cool. Phantom Thief. Street Rat. I don't buy that.
DMCA.
If only they... Oh yeah, right. Zealous Inquisitor. Okay. Arcane Prodigy, that's cool. Astralborn,
This was my proof. Okay. whenever Benjamin wrote this is in his Sorcerer Revised, I was like, yep, you know exactly why this needed to be flexible. This one gets to cast with intelligence.
Oh, green heart. That sounds cool.
Where'd it go? Oh, God.
What have you done? Oh, there we are. Amelia, cut it out. Oblex Imposter? Interesting.
This is so sick.
It sounds cool. Amelia,
I already reviewed this.
Okay, wait.
I already reviewed it on stream because I saw a playtest of it that dropped. But Ross completely redefined what it meant to play a sorcerer with that.
Oh, that's exciting. Okay.
Found a completely new way to play it.
Definitely gonna have to check that out. Ooh, reincarnated warrior. Okay. Archmage, Crone, Great Trickster, Ooh, the librarian.
I'm very excited to check this one out.
No kidding. And the Titan?
That's
cool.
the one that Griffin was playing in the
cool.
one that like was in Bag of Holding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. All those sound cool too.
Just reviewed Theurgy.
Okay, School of Gollemancy?
You create like golems and
that's cool.
Animate them.
Nomancy?
Nimnomancy, which I think is like the school of like names, like naming magic.
Interesting. Sigil smithing, that's cool. Okay.
Yeah, and then this is the book that's gonna have the pugilist printed in it. And
nice. There's
Ross's
more.
Accursed.
Okay. Curse. Oh, Curse of Mummification. That's cool.
Oh, I know, right?
Order of the Dragon. Order of the Eye. Okay. Giant Feller?
Like you fell giants.
Oh, okay. To me, it just sounded like, you giant feller.
Yeah. I forgot that they put Blood Hunter stuff in here.
Infected Mind. Ooh. Fight Clubs.
The Land Eater.
Paradox Consortium. That sounds good. Piss and Vinegar.
Yeah.
Oh, Rift Hitter. I thought it said Hitler. I was like, what?
You're Hitler. Like
the sweet science. Man, so many of these sound awesome.
Yeah. This is.
I mean, I didn't expect anything
From
less,
what I understand, this is a pugilist that just hits so hard you literally rip open a rift in like space time. Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
Ross is like, no, you hit people so hard you knock them into next week, like literally. Yes! And I was like, oh, that's so funny.
Because man, I loved playing the pugilist. That was so fun.
Yeah.
I wish I could have gone further with it.
Oh, hey, what's up, Crit Academy? Oh, thank you.
Oh yeah, so what's kabuki?
Kabuki masks. They're like.
Oh, no, I know what you're talking about. Like the death masks.
I believe so.
Thanks, blue thumbnail. Amanda, it's a mood.
Tear open rifts and Hitlers. How much does the book cost? So this is okay. So there's a. Hey, what's up, Sarah?
Hobgoblin?
Yeah.
Hey.
So, I'll let you guys know now. Oh my god. Okay. So we're talking about UAH right now.
Will you pop the chat back up? I just wanted to read it.
Yeah. For full disclosure, you all know already. Okay. Ross is a friend of the channel. Benjamin, Ross, and I have all worked on different projects together. So, just full disclosure. Yeah, take my review as, with that grain of salt, right? You guys know that? Cool. All right. So, currently, UAH is $91.19 for a hardcover premium colored book. Now, that is expensive. But, I will say, there's a lot of content in this thing. And if you have an issue with this price point, I would highly, highly encourage you to email the DMs Guild. Don't take it out on Ross or Benjamin. Please, please message the DMs Guild with an email about like some way to renegotiate printing costs. Okay. I don't know the whole backstory about what happened with this, but I do know that they wanted to make this a reasonably priced book, and I feel like with the work that's kind of been put into this, I am happy paying that $40 for the PDF, and I understand why people would have sticker shock right here. But if you believe in what they're doing, which like Benjamin and Ross are two of the best designers out there, there's also Walrock that worked on this, Willie Abil, Proxy Bacchus, it's Cardstock Caster in the chat. Matthew Whitby. Like, there's a lot of really great
gang.
really awesome talent that worked on this. So if you would like, consider that to be like a donation towards you believe in homebrew content. Okay, you wanted to see stuff like this succeed. I think if the DMs Guild sees, I mean, it's already Electrum bestseller after like what, 4 days?
Wow.
11 okay, about 5-6 days. So
when you get the chance, go back to the list that we were on, because we had put a pin in something.
Yeah.
You were gonna tell me. I wanted to.
But I will say, perfect 5 out of 5, with 20 ratings on it right now.
Hell yeah.
And that's with a mixed bag of people buying either hardcover or, yeah, it's only been out for a week, but this is a compilation of the work of 2 of the best, if not the best, homebrew class designers in the world right now. Guys that Wizards of the Coast is completely stupid for not hiring.
No kidding.
Okay, like these guys know 5e. All right, this is tried, tested, play tested material. If you wanted like a player's handbook too, that comes out with the Pugilist imprint and Ross's Accursed, boy, I mean, it is. God damn it, they didn't knock this book out of the park. All right, like, yeah, the PDF handbook deal. I mean. Yeah. Okay. Are there any quality reviews from people who have gotten a physical copy? The physical copies haven't, mine shipped out. I haven't actually gotten it in hand quite yet. So, yeah.
Was it that time domain or the prophecy domain?
The time
domain?
The time domain looks sick. I think love domain, I'd be interested to see what they thought it should go in. Like what direction they thought it should go in.
Yeah.
God, the material we would have if they hired Ross and Benjamin. Yeah.
No kidding.
Well, they, from what I understand, were discussing hiring Benjamin, but it was like they weren't able to offer him enough to justify moving his family away from where he currently
feel like both of them are better than what WotC can offer, but that's just me.
Well,
hang on, I'm gonna let the dog out and then I'll come back because I wanted to hear about that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think many people have gotten their physical print copies. I got mine, like, literally, they messaged their Discords, hey, this thing is out. I was one of, like, the first 2 print copies that was, put on order. But I have not currently... Oh, wait, is that... It's TeePublic, and then... Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, it said it just got an update, like, not super long ago. Anyways.
Love was the roofies WotC.
No, okay, yeah, so that's the backstory on that. WotC had originally, they were internally testing a love domain. And it leaked on Reddit as like a UA that they were going to publish. And it leaked because it sounded like WotC was not... I think that they were reconsidering some of the narrative of it. Because what it was a love domain cleric that was getting, like, charm person.
I see.
So it's less of a love domain and more of a...
Taking someone's autonomy away and, like, forcing the Cupid's bow kind of bullshit.
Yeah. So that's why whenever people were like, yeah, it's a roofie domain.
Gotcha.
It was creepy. So,
gotcha.
But, you know, I think they were trying to base it off of, like... If you see, like,
Rightfully
Aphrodite in, like, certain video games.
Right.
Aphrodite is like, no, she's going to stun you and make you fall in love with her, right?
Right.
It's creepy. No matter what, I mean,
I guess so, yeah.
Like, I think Aphrodite kind of gets a pass because it's like, yeah, she's the goddess of love. And I'm like, no, but what she does is kind of fucked.
I guess though, like, the narrative is more supposed to be you can't help but fall in love. Like, she's so, like...
Yeah, but, like...
Not that she's, like, forcing you to. You can't help it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But I think no matter what, like, that narrative is just, like, not... I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not exactly healthy. It's
the Cosby domain. Jesus Christ, Blue.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, dominate. Yeah.
Charm person and my.
At some point, I'd love to actually compare like what Benjamin and Ross did to what Wizards of the Coast did. So the love domain eventually evolved into the the Unity domain, and no one Aphrodite does his book. It eventually morphed into the Unity domain, which then morphed into the Peace domain.
Interesting.
So that thing has evolved over time.
Gotcha.
Um,
No, Apollo, you don't need to.
so, now, yeah, the Zeus domain. Now, I already saw the Channel Divinity for Time domain, and boy, fucking howdy, did they ever drop a dope-ass cleric subclass in there.
Oh, that sounds so cool. I've never played cleric, and if I did, well, actually, it'd be really tough for me to pick between the darkness and the time domain.
I wonder if this was their, like, hey, get rid of Twilight Domain and throw this in there.
Ah, Infernal sounds cool, too. And Prophecy. Man, all the cleric ones sound pretty cool.
Yeah. I wonder if this is, like, their face rogue.
That sounds...
I want to check it out.
Apex Predator, that's so cool.
So there's one in particular.
Guard. What even is that?
It's like a witch hunter.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Without being a witch hunter.
Right. What were you about to say?
No, I mean, is there one that you're like? I mean, there's 2 or 3 in here that I'm like, yeah, I want to.
Oh man, if I had to pick one, here we go with freaking choices, and there's so many.
Because like I'm gonna hit up Ross about adapting what they've got in here for the revised Ranger I did.
Okay, if I was gonna pick a new character,
Paramore had a major rework. She's definitely my significant other with how hyped she is about these clerics. They know that cleric's my favorite class.
I mean, cleric is dope. Well, they didn't get to see you play Sir Hammond, so like that's when I fell in love with cleric. They're like awesome healer and a heavy hitter. Like,
Sudden
so cool.
undead nuke.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, Ross is working on his remasters of all of his classes. Benjamin, I don't know for sure. You love the prophecy domain?
Honestly, oh man, it's so tough. I'm having a tough time between picking sorcerer or warlock, like usual. But either Oblex Imposter or the librarian.
Okay. So I've reviewed
probably Oblex Imposter.
I've reviewed Oblex Imposter before, but I'm down to do it again. Oblex Imposter is sick.
So what's the like idea behind it?
Do you know what an oblex is?
I don't. Well, like an obelisk, like a tower thing, or a.
No.
Oh, that's an obelisk, huh?
No, an oblex is. An oblex is a fucked up ooze.
Oh, is there like a photo of it?
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Can we curse on here?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Oh, okay. I keep forgetting.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, essentially the idea behind these things is they are oozes that eat memories. And eat...
What?
Yeah, they eat memory and they eat your identity. Think of it as like a vampire in a way, but it's like an ooze.
That's terrifying.
And they store these memories inside this giant fucking ooze bank.
Christ.
And what they can do is they can replicate, based off of the memories that they've eaten, either people you remember or like, yeah. Oh, yeah, right? Okay. Oh, Oblex. No, wait, it's right here. It's right here.
Yeah, not Ob.
Phonetically, at least. All right.
Phonetically,
whatever.
no.
Whatever.
If it was Oblex, it would have 2 O's. You want to get in an English like fight here? I will fight you. Ob is either Ob or Ob, not Oob. Oob is 2 O's.
What the hell?
Or
Okay.
EW or EU.
I'm sorry, drop my Switch controller. Okay.
Press the sound button. Get out of here.
Wait.
Elder Oblex.
Oblex. Hello,
Ooh.
not ooh. Not ooh. Fight me with phonetics. I love linguistics. Come at me, bitch. Golly.
That's my chat.
Bunch of plebeians
That's
in
my
here.
chat.
Well, they offended me by not thinking I can read correctly.
Yes, it was made by a Make-A-Wish kid.
Okay.
Great transition. What?
Oh, I thought they meant this class. I was like,
No.
what?
This creature was made by a Make-A-Wish kid. There was
Yeah, that's what I'm whatting at. What do you mean? That sounds terrible. Like a Make-A-Wish Foundation kid, like their last wish.
They wanted to help out with like adding on to D&D.
Oh, okay.
And they had this idea for a monster that like
Okay.
yeah, and then like WotC was like, "Oh my god, wait, what?" And yeah.
Okay. That makes more sense now.
So
whatever.
This creature is now like canon to the Forgotten Realms.
That's really cool.
Now the English major is happy with this outcome. Okay, Sarah's in your pocket.
Thank you, Sarah. Yes.
So
best girl. Okay.
What this is essentially you are okay, here we go. For most of your existence, you believed yourself to be a normal humanoid. You may have begun to smell of sulfur that you could never get cleaned off. You had more trouble seeing at a distance, but greater ease seeing in dark spaces. And discovered that you have a bit more respect for how dangerous fire can be. But otherwise, everything seemed normal, and everyone around you soon got used to your quirks.
I'm already in. This is already like something like 13-year-old me would have been like, yes, finally.
I can be the slime girl.
No, like you just think you're normal, whatever, and then one day you like kind of have these powers or whatever, and
that's like the whole narrative of Sorcerer. Like,
no wonder I love it so much.
I was normal, and then I got magic.
Does she have a honey badger?
Fuck yeah, she does. Or no, that's just a normal badger.
Oh, okay.
But it can be a honey badger. One day, though, you were injured and discovered what lies beneath your false skin is not musculature, bones, or blood, but living slime. You aren't who you believe yourself to be. You're an ooze simulacrum created by an oblex and imbued with the memories and personalities of a creature the oblex drained, made for the purpose of hunting the memories of others for the oblex's continued sustenance.
Whoa!
After the discovery, you managed to break the tether attaching you to your creator without being destroyed yourself, and have begun exploring the properties of your new form. Your innate magic comes from being a memory-eating ooze, and you may have begun adventuring to take on vengeance on your creator, or discover what happened to your original self. So,
dude, okay, that sounds dope.
I have read through this, and Ross, my big thing that sells me on a subclass is like, if that subclass can completely redefine or like make you completely rethink what it means to play that class,
No,
I'm
absolutely.
like 100%. This is probably Ross's best subclass I've ever seen him write. Because this is a masterpiece.
And it's crazy too, because like things like Alzheimer's or whatever, like freaks me out the most. Losing my memory scares me the most.
Right.
And so crazy that this is appealing to me, but I guess I get to be the scary one. So.
Right. Starting at level 1, you count as being an ooze. Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna knock her out.
It's just about, I think it's part of the simulacrum. You know, you could wear it, right? Yeah, this is what Ross figured out is how to, you give it a detriment, but like the detriment is something that is like, the detriment is something you can overcome, and it's just sort of tweaking the way that you play rather than being something that is always bad on you, right? Now, okay, you count as being an ooze.
That's cool.
In addition to any other creature type you have. You have blind sight out to a range of 60 feet,
Jesus.
But are blind beyond this radius.
Wow, interesting.
If you take fire damage, you can't regain hit points until the end of your next turn.
Damn.
Okay, some people would look at this and think, what the fuck is he talking about? Okay, realize this is a backliner. At least Sorcerer is supposed to be.
Yeah, range.
You know, this hard limits you. If you want to target anything, you have to be within 60 feet of it.
I mean, you're right, because a lot of things says, like, you have to be able to see it, and some spells, like, are, like, 120 feet out, but too fucking bad
But, yeah,
for you.
no, this cuts off some of the power by virtue of it reducing your range.
Wow.
And, chat, sorry if you couldn't see it all that well.
So since you're, like, considered ooze, can you, like, through things?
Just you wait.
Really? Picky eater. That's cute.
Okay. So, also starting at first level, you can consume the memories of other creatures. As an action, you can attempt to eat the memories of a creature you can see within 30 feet of you. Wait, did he figure out a use for encode thoughts? Did he figure out how to make that goddamn cantrip good? The target must make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. Constructs, oozes, plants, and undead automatically succeed on the saving throw.
Wow.
On a failed save, the creature becomes memory drained until it finishes a short or long rest, or until it benefits from a greater restoration or heal spell.
Okay, wait. So this memory eating thing, is that more like stealing or pirating? Like,
It's about to explain all that.
Okay.
While memory drain, the target must roll a memory drain die, which is a d4, and subtract the number rolled from any ability checks or attack roll it makes. At the end of each of its turns, a memory drained creature can repeat the saving throw, ending the memory drain early on itself on a success. This is why I'm saying we need more conditions in this game. Additionally, when you memory drain a creature, you gain the ability to speak, read, and write each language the creature does until you memory drain a different creature.
Oh, I see.
You retain the creature's languages even after the memory drain effect has ended for it.
Christ.
Once you memory drain a creature, you can't use this feature again until you finish a long rest,
Okay.
or until you use the spell slot to yada yada yada. The drain die increases d6 at 6th level,
For
d8,
sure,
yada
so
yada
on.
yada. Okay. Yeah, single
still
target
doesn't-
bane.
Still doesn't quite answer my question though. Does it continue that? Because what I'm wondering is, so, let's say that there's another human, you take or you drain a memory. Is that memory forever gone from them? Like, did you
No.
steal it or did
Well,
you copy it?
Somewhat, they are drained, right?
Well, right, but like once they're not
Right
drained,
here.
do they still have that memory, or is it just gone forever? Do you know? Am I
No,
asking the question
While
correct?
the memory is wait.
I just didn't know if it would remove the memory from them forever, even after they've been drained. Like, they're not drained anymore, but is the memory just gone, or did they like make a copy?
It doesn't
of the memory?
specifically say in here because I think Ross is leaving that up to roleplay.
Okay,
How much?
that was my question.
How much is the DM willing to give you for this?
Okay.
Is it literally like you pull out the thing like, I have a daughter? Like, what? You know what I mean? Like,
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like, do they just have like a
Yeah.
weird amnesia now,
There
or
we go.
is it okay?
yeah, it doesn't seem to actually steal a memory. It applies an effect in abstraction. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Picky Eater. Starting at 6th level, when you memory drain a creature, you can spend 2 sorcery
Hang on,
points.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna pull up a chair. This is
Oh, yeah.
kind of hard to. 'Cause I don't hear about this.
Oh, there we go.
Please move. Ow.
And Code Thoughts is
Which
good.
side is easier for me to come on?
Either or, I guess.
Okay, Amelia, please go. Oh my god.
Although I think chat's gonna have an easier time hearing you over here.
Oh, okay. Will you scooch just a smidge?
I'm working on it.
Sorry.
All right. Picky
Okay.
Eater. Starting at 6th level, when you memory drain a creature, you can spend 2 sorcery points to probe the creature's mind for a specific memory. You learn which skills and tools it's proficient in, as well as what spells it knows, if any.
My god.
Choose one of the following effects. You specify an event that you believe the creature experienced and lasted no longer than 10 minutes. If the
Okay.
creature has a memory of that event, you gain the memory as though you had lived through it.
Wow.
You gain proficiency in one skill or tool in which a creature is proficient until you use this feature to gain a new proficiency. You
Okay,
learn
that
one.
was my other question. Is this kind of like Rogue from X-Men where like
Yes.
she can use it for a time? Okay, so you like when you steal you don't get to use it forever. So like if you
Like
re-
right here.
okay,
You see how this is like
yeah,
you
yeah.
always. So this is basically you are getting 2 sorcery points to get a spell that you can keep swapping around. This roleplay thing up here, which is a great ribbon, actually really, really strong ribbon, or this flexible proficiency right here. Ross covers a lot of territory with the 6th level feature. Now, this is also nerfed, or kind of kept in check, because of that blind beyond this radius. Boy, now they get another.
It says you don't affect memories at all until 6.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is like a, someone said it, right, this is an abstraction up here.
Right.
It's basically just saying this is a condition with an asterisk, right? So, sulfurous clone. Here is where, yeah. At 6th level, you learn to manipulate your biology to create slime clones of your own. This was the moment that I realized, like, Ross, you motherfucker, like,
No shit.
you are too good, all right? Over the course of 1 minute, during which you must maintain your concentration, as though you're concentrating on a spell,
Right.
you extrude a piece of yourself into an unoccupied space within 5 feet of you. It coalesces into an exact duplicate of yourself, or a medium or smaller creature who you've memory drained in the last 24 hours.
Duh.
Okay. For all practical purposes, this slime clone is you. Meaning you occupy your space and its space simultaneously.
Because it literally is you.
Yes.
Wow.
And it uses your statistics. It appears, feels, and sounds exactly like the creature it impersonates, though it smells faintly of sulfur.
Does it then drain you a little? Like, are you a little bit weaker when
You're
this
about to
happens?
find out.
God damn. Okay.
Okay. The slime clone moves as you do during your turn.
Oh.
Yeah, as you choose during your turn. And you can cast spells, take actions, use reactions, and use your racial traits and class features from the slime clone's position.
Cool.
Okay. What this means is you've made a conduit. Mm-hmm. That 60 feet of blindness, blind sight, yeah,
Is extended because
because of you see what I mean by Ross is thinking about so many fucking moving parts when
Ross,
making this?
your boy.
Like, now
Fucking
it's like,
big dick energy over here.
it is now able oh my god, can you check on her?
Not? Get out.
Oh man.
Let people live their lives.
Yeah, for real. I'm like, what are they doing? Walking their goddamn dogs?
I know. Walking across the street and they're like, no, no.
And she's like,
no. I know. Jesus Christ.
oh man. Okay.
But if someone barked at her, she'd be like, ooh. Big baby.
You think it diverges a little bit too much from what you and fair. What I said, it does.
What?
Ooh.
How can you even complain about this class right now?
Well, not complaining, but it does. It does break what's conventional for a sorcerer.
Thank Christ.
But
that's so cool.
That's the cool thing I like about it is that this is how you do detriment, but redefine this.
Yes.
Like, this is a very different kind of sorcerer here, which I'm down for.
Absolutely.
So the slime clone is tethered to you by a strand of slime that can extend up to 120 feet away from your body.
Wow.
The slimy tether is immune to damage, but it is severed if there's no opening with at least 1 inch wide between you and the clone.
Oh,
the clone,
okay, I see.
collapses into a pool of inanimate slime if the tether is severed.
So if there's like a door with like an inch like with like an inch like underneath the door, it can like still tether.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah. This just reminds me. Do you remember in Venture Brothers whenever Dr. Venture is like using Helper as a kidney, a blood filter for him?
Yes.
And he keeps like closing the door on the fucking cord. He's like, oh god
I
damn
need
it.
to rewatch that. I loved that show.
Tether is severed. You dismiss the clone as an action. Drop to 0 hit points or die. When you take damage, you can choose to dismiss the slime clone. No action required. And then you can't have more than 1 slime clone at a time. So,
But it still hasn't answered my question.
Of?
Because it's an extension of you technically, like, do you lose any, like, hit points or armor class or anything because it's, like, a part of you is missing? Does that make sense?
It is. You are essentially making it to where you now occupy 2 areas.
Oh, right. Okay, I see. So both it and you have, like, the same...
Yeah.
Right.
Like, okay.
I get what you're saying.
Here's me. Okay. Let's say I poop out my dude, right?
Okay.
Okay, what that basically means is now there's this. All right. Now, here's a problem. There's 2 cool things with this, all right? Number 1, I can cast the spell from either of these spots. Number 2,
right, okay, I see.
I can get attacked twice on my turn. Like, that can always happen, but I mean, like, there's more areas from which I can be attacked.
Okay, but that's what I'm still trying to understand with this. So do you both have the combined
The same pool
health?
of hit points, yes.
Okay, same pool. So it's not like he has 24 hit points and you have 20. It's you both combine. Yes. Okay.
These are essentially the same creature.
Oh man, so that's powerful. Well, that's a really good...
Literally a they, them.
Yeah. That's so good! Oh my god! But so that's what's really cool and dangerous is like you can do
this is a
damage,
tactical thinking
yeah,
class.
because you can do damage twice in your turn, but you can also take damage twice in your turn.
Well,
shit.
And sure, you can as a creature always take damage more than
right,
twice
but you
in
know
your
what
turn.
I mean. Like if it's hit it's draining your points as well. Like,
well,
it's from the same pool, right?
There are, if we're thinking about wargaming, okay, your zone of control is overall bigger, but you are a bigger target. Whereas
okay, that's true.
The trade-off is
that's true.
The trade-off kind of makes it to where the while you have the potential to do more damage, like, or affect more of the area, the overall threat against you. Oh yeah, fireball is kind of scary, right? You don't take that instance of fireball damage twice because you're still that same monster, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh my god, like, jeez.
Wow.
Here's your gelatinous.
Okay, hang on. I was catching up on chat real quick.
Fireball is functioning the same. Yes, you are the same organism. Correct.
Funny enough, the fact that Obelix can't unsummon. Oh.
Hmm.
You can't unsummon the simulacra? Like, it has to die in order for it to go away?
You can dismiss it as an action right here.
Oh, okay. Okay. Then I was just, never mind.
Oh. Okay. So.
Yes, Ross's mind is beautiful.
Unsummon a simulacrum.
Yeah.
Wait.
Wait, are we not talking about the same thing now?
No, we
what's
are.
the okay.
The Obelix. Okay.
Anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. I think Ross is a little bit conservative on this, because if I'm remembering this right, and I want to double check this. There's bar and stuff. I want to remember this right. Is it? No, it's not warlock.
Oh, he was fancy.
You're fancy.
Thanks.
Okay, so there's another sorcerer that can already basically do this 14th level feature.
Oh.
But it requires a sorcery point to do this, and it only lasts for 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So what I like more is you just get to do this. You don't have to fiddle around with different whatevers.
That's nice because it's 14th level. Like, you should be pretty badass at this point.
Well, I just think this is so much more evocative of, like, you're not going to be either like, okay, Avalith theme today, Beholder theme tomorrow, whatever. No, like, yeah, you're an Obelix, you're an Ooze. I want this, So rather than have the trade-off of, we can let you do this by spending a sorcery point, and you have the flexibility here, it is just, boom. You can always do this, no cost.
That's so cool. So, if you're, like, put in jail or whatever, you can just through the bars or, like, through
I mean, by
grates and
14th
shit.
level, you're just going to blow the doors open.
Well, for sure. Okay, well, that's fair. But still, that's so cool.
Yeah.
You're like a freaking cat. You can just squeeze through whatever you want.
And here's the other thing. Additionally, whenever your slime clone would take damage, you can use your reaction to dismiss it, preventing you from taking the damage.
Okay.
Just...
Oh, man, I've got to play this.
Yeah, I love the character this is evoking.
This is totally what I'm playing after the Dancer, which, by the way, playing the Dancer is awesome so far. Check it out.
This is terrifying. This is my favorite sorcerer capstone ever. Starting at 18th level, you can now have a number of slime clones up to your charisma modifier.
Minimum of 2.
When you use the reaction granted by your gelatinous slime clone, you can dismiss any number of your slime clones.
So I can just have like a little tiny army of slimes of whatever I want. Oh my god.
You know what this reminds me of? You know that scene in the end of, I guess this spoiler kind of for Umbrella Academy?
If you haven't seen Umbrella Academy, close your earballs.
You should have already seen it now at this point.
Yes, I agree.
You know whenever Ben is in the theater and there's like the tethers of the dead soldiers like coming out of him? I'm like, this just feels like that, like tenderly, like, wow! I'm like, ah!
This is so sick.
God, what? Like, yeah, I mean...
And this is Ross's, you said?
Yeah.
Ross, way to go!
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love this so much. You beautiful human.
This is one of my favorite pieces of, like, whenever I say, I'm telling you guys, Ross knows what the fuck he's doing with this game. Like, he's the dude is one of the best homebrewers out there.
What about items you're carrying?
It creates you. It doesn't cover that territory, from what I understand.
Yeah, because that's a good question.
You're an exact duplicate of yourself. You cast spells, take actions, reactions.
Yeah, because do you, like, does it copy your clothes? Does it copy your weapons? Are you naked? Do you have double the weapons? Like,
what I think is kind of cool here, though, could you memory drain one of your buddies? Like, I mean, harmlessly, right? Harmlessly? Of a creature you can see within 30 feet of you. Yeah. Okay.
Alright, we need to call Ross.
So you... Oh, yeah, he's on vacation right now, but yeah, I would totally hit him up. Yeah.
He deserves that.
Oh, no, 100% right. It sounds like you could memory drain. Now, here's the cool thing. You can memory drain somebody that has spells that you don't know.
Right.
You can learn other spells. Like, the thing that they've been doing with sorcerers here lately... Oh, is he in his Discord right now?
Thank you, Tony.
Let's see. Ask Ross? You know where he's answering it?
Did he say he answered, or did he just say he asked him?
I don't know. I don't see it. You're asking a question. Okay.
Yeah, he just said he asked.
We are in complete handbooks? Gotcha.
Oh. Thank you.
Ah. Oh, he is in. Okay.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I want to know about, like, clothing, armor, equipment, whatever. Like, what happens? Can it squeeze through 1-inch things with you? Questions.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it is a duplicate of you, so yeah.
Well, yeah, but, like, does that stuff squeeze, like...
Wait.
Okay.
Hang on. For all practical purposes, it is you.
And though I also want to know, like, you're the ooze, right?
Yeah.
You at whatever level, you can, like, squeeze through stuff as long as it's 1 inch or whatever. But what about your equipment? Like, if you've got a backpack on, can you squeeze through and your backpack's stuck?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
God damn it.
That's the way that. I mean,
that's fair. That's fair. All right. But your clothes go with you, I guess.
Somewhat.
Hang on, there's my hairs.
Can we name drop whose work we're looking at? Yeah, so this is the Ultimate Adventurer's Handbook. I've been talking about this book now for, it seems like, 1.5 years now.
Worth it.
This is the Ultimate Adventurer's Handbook by Benjamin Huffman and Ross Leiser. If you have played the Pugilist, I mean, that was Benjamin Huffman's baby. Ross is the designer of the Accursed, the Sculptor, the Odic, the... Oh god, Yojimbo. Oh my god, Ross has got so many. The Shaman that I did the layout work on.
Oh, cool. Okay. Damn.
He's released like 9 classes so far. But Benjamin Huffman, he designed the Pugilist, the Magus, the Scholar, Spiritualist. He's working on a Summoner right now.
Okay, I see. So I wanted to ask if you were like, are the clothes?
Or are they simulacra?
Yeah.
I don't know for sure, but I would assume...
think that would make sense. You could, like, make your skin look like clothes or whatever, if that... You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
There's also... I mean, Walrock has worked on this. Sean Basterra, which is Kale Reader. Sean Basterra is the guy that wrote the Origami Cantrip over on D&D Beyond. That's, like, yeah, the highest rated spell on there. Proxy Bacchus Quick is cardstock caster in chat and over on my Discord. Willie Abeil is just one of the funniest D&D personalities on Twitter. Just holy fuck, Willie! Please go follow him. He's like the Eric Andre of the TTRPG scene. And I'm not super familiar with a lot of these other people, but yes.
They want to know, what does the Odic do?
The Odic is it's like a tattoo healer in a way. You are foregoing your own vitality to instantaneously heal other people. If you've seen okay.
You sacrificed your health to Ross made it just to spite Reddit people who said it couldn't be done.
Yeah. It's not the narrative isn't because some people are like, well, you voice issues with self-harm and stuff with the Blood Hunter, right? And I'm like, yeah, because that thing talks about cutting itself in the goddamn book.
Right.
But the Odic is about it's these tattoos that sort of tap into your stamina, so it has the flexibility to not just be about oh yeah, suddenly my sword's on fire, great, so I hope that answered that question. But yeah, it's magic through the act of selflessness and sacrifice, but not in a edgelording way. What are we looking at next? Because I think, live streaming for 6 hours, I'm ready to eat.
I am super full. I had the best food at Shuffles today, so you totes go for food if you want, but I'm good. I do have the other half of the sandwich.
What kind of sandwich?
An omelet sandwich. If that doesn't sound enticing, it's okay.
I mean, I'll eat it.
Well, no, if don't just because it's so good. So if you're like, meh, don't eat it unless you really want it. Because if you're like, meh, I want it.
Oh man. Okay, I want to look at the bounty hunter because
his name's Taron, but yeah. Okay.
What?
Oh, he said, Jesus, go eat, dude.
Oh.
Hee. Okay, I'm gonna go chill.
Okay.
See ya, chat.
You want to order me pizza?
Sure.
Does that even sound good right now?
I
Oh
couldn't
god.
tell you.
I feel like I'm eating such a fucking degenerate right now. Sarah, what am I eating?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what is with the bard more appealing? The bard's pretty great. If anything, bye. If anything,
we haven't
it
had
makes,
that talk.
If anything, it makes the ranger more appealing.
Oh, I mean, we'll
Ooh, fish and chips.
eat beans and ketchup. Nah, Jordan, what are you saying?
Beans?
That's flute.
Oh, okay. Ooh, a patty melt.
Wait, did she?
Go stare at your fridge like a normal person. That's cute.
Oh my god.
Hot Cheetos with chocolate. Spencer, get out of here.
Oh wait, I got hot Cheetos.
Mac and cheese, bro. Oh yeah.
I told you they were ready.
There's that really good
See?
Oh my god, why am I blanking? Cheese.
Continue.
It's just bread. A grilled cheese sandwich. Christ. Oh man.
You have trouble remembering that?
You know what? I'm kind of worked today.
Wait. Let's slow that down. I'm kind of work today?
I said I kind of worked today. I was gonna say I worked today, and then I was like, I kind of worked today.
I thought you said I kind of work today. Oh my god. Okay.
Alright.
Well,
I'm officially gonna go now.
yeah.
You and chat decide what the fuck you want to eat.
I would hug you, but I got flaming hot Cheetos.
Well, that's not the grossest thing you've got on me, so.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Cheese fingers.
In your eyes.
Cheesy eyes. Alright, come on, Amelia.
Yeah, back off. She's kind of work today. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, I think I'll do the bounty hunter, and then I've been streaming for a long time, so I'm ready to get off here and do other things. Bounty hunter. So I think we know what this one's going to be about. Wait, is it just me, or does this look like an orc, like, reinterpretation of the Predator? Right? It's like that, right? 100%. Is this Daniel Commercy? Yeah, that's Daniel Commercy. I wonder... That's funny. Yeah, look at the toes on that guy. Look at them toes. Oh, great. I love the influence. Especially with that head shape. Oh, okay, so he was pretty open about it being the inspiration, I guess. Okay. So, I think we know what bounty hunters are all about. Oh, it's for the apex predator. Got it. Okay. That's funny. Wait, was there an alien one? Hold up. We'll do this and we'll come back. Did I just see Jar Jar Binks? I feel like I scrolled past the page real quick and saw Jar Jar Binks for a second. Sucky orc toes. Is there one that I could like point to and be like, if that was the alien, it would be that one? Reincarnated warrior, cursed existence, astralborn. Astralborn, maybe? Maybe? Path of the ancestors, plains. I'm just curious. You're your way of the Gungan monk. Is it? Oh. Metaphysical being. God damn it. This is just... Alright. Alright, so let's get... What were we looking at? Ranger, bounty hunter. Okay. Bounty hunter magic. They give you hunter's mark, hold person, slow. Okay. Quarry's mark. A new one. Alright. And then hold monster. Dead or alive. Whenever you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you learn to narrow your focus to a particular creature. Hey, Amelia. Watching for its idiosyncrasies, tells, and habits. As a bonus action, you designate one creature you can see within 120 feet of you as your bounty. While a creature is marked as your bounty, you gain a bonus equal to your wisdom modifier to any ability check you make to track the creature, to detect if it's attempting to deceive you, or determine if it's hidden or disguised, or what it may have done to do so. Okay, the creature remains marked by your bounty until you use this feature to designate a different creature as your bounty, or if 24 hours pass without you seeing your bounty or finding your bounty's whereabouts. Okay, you can use this feature to redesignate a creature as your bounty once, and you regain expended uses of this feature when you finish a long rest, or if one of your companions reduces the bounty to 0 hit. Okay, very good way. Okay, very good way of... This could have been a big nothing feature. And it feels like a ribbon. Because it basically is. But it's essentially one of the better parts of Hunter's Mark. Track it, yeah, and you just get to track it easier. Designate it as your bounty. Is there any way I can find a simpleton's breakdown of who owns what content you publish it on a certain Homebrew platform? Like who owns what you publish, DDB versus Guild. D&D Beyond, you are essentially just submitting it. Like if you submit it to the public, then it's out there to the public. You can edit it and change it and whatnot, but like it's just kind of out there. If you submit it to the Guild, the DM's Guild keeps the right to publish exclusively on their platform, but they offer probably the most generous license as far as rights go, but you give up 50% of what you would earn. If you want to keep complete control of your work, you have to publish with the OGL. So yeah. Okay. Now, efficient takedown. Starting at 3rd level, you learn to efficiently dispatch your foes with swift strikes. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can use your bonus action on the same turn to make a weapon attack. Okay. You don't add your ability modifier to this damage Unless you target. Oh. Wait. Oh, or that modifier is negative. Ooh. Okay. Now, you do get the bonus if it's marked as your bounty, which I like. Now, 2-weapon fighting happening here. That's going to be not the direction you need to go with this. The criticism I would have at that point is that, like, same turn to make it. This does deal. I guess this has an issue with my philosophy of, like, there shouldn't really be any bad builds, right? Those of us that like to roll up that dual wielding, it feels like it's kind of punishing that, right? Because it's, I mean, the way that you make a bad build in D&D is you build into a lot of redundancies that basically make it to where you don't have features. Do I have a Discord server? Yeah, 100%. It's in my channel link. Channel banner. All that good stuff. I'm personally not a fan of this. I mean, for every other build, every other weapon and fighting style, whatever, it seems fine. But, like, isn't this bad on 2-weapon fighting? Isn't this actually making it to where you essentially don't have a feature here on 2-weapon fighting? Crossbow expert takes away from this? Yeah. I mean, anything that has the ammunition property, well, like, I like the idea, because, like, this is so good on so many fighting styles, but then it's super redundant on, like, you're taking a lot of the strength out of 2-weapon fighting and giving it to yeah, I'm not totally sold on that, actually. Like, there's so many ones that this is very, very good on. Like, don't get me wrong. I mean, personally, whenever it's like, it can build into a redundancy like that, that tends to be something that I'm like, oh, can we figure out a workaround? Like, people that want to do that 2-weapon fighting bounty hunter, right? That's kind of how many features give you a bonus to 2-weapon. Yeah. 2-weapon fighting is bad. 2-weapon fighting is bad, right? I agree. I think it does need a big revision. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen some way that this could still be pretty relevant on a 2-weapon fighting build. Oh, thanks for popping in, Sarah. Yeah, I am not long for this stream either. I'm about to go to the bathroom and go eat. I guess I could have just said go eat. Yeah, go eat. Thanks for popping in. Live capture. Starting at 7th level, you become an expert at capturing enemies instead of killing them. When you reduce a creature to 0 hit points with a weapon attack or spell, you can choose to knock the creature unconscious instead of killing it. Knock it unconscious. Okay. So that means when you hit a creature with a bonus action granted by your efficient takedown to 0 until... Okay, I like that a lot. Wow. Okay, that's how you make it not redundant with a 2-weapon fighting build. You give it something that you can't really do with it until this point. I would say... God, at 7th level, it's like it feels like, okay, now I can do the dual wielding thing, and it's not gonna suck, right? At least it's not going to suck for you across all levels of play. It just feels like at third level, you're going to have that redundancy. But, like, it still kind of feels like... I guess you have three third... Yeah. You do have three third level features here. Oh, it's going to take me another 10 minutes to get through this. I'm good. I'm a teacher. I am a pro at holding my bathroom. Or holding my bathroom. Wow. Holding my bladder. I don't know that this is a Ross design. Yeah, I don't know for sure which one this is, or who wrote this one. Now, this part right here, great. It is, he made this one? I'm curious why, like, this is so good on so many rangers. But, like, man, that dual wielding one, I wonder why. Or two weapon fighting. Random hot take, I dislike hit dice and think that HP per level should be set. You're right, that is a hot take. Alright. Bounty Agent. Starting at 11th level, you are able to find a creature no matter where it's hidden in the multiverse. You can designate a creature as your bounty with your dead or alive feature at any distance, given that you can see an accurate image of the creature within 30 feet of you. When you mark a creature as your bounty, it remains your bounty regardless of how long it has been since you last saw it, or a clue to its whereabouts until you designate a different creature as your bounty. Additionally, each time you hit your bounty with an attack, it takes an extra 1d4. Okay, so similar to what we saw with Xanthar's Guide. Okay. And it's kind of funny because now you're getting the Hunter's Mark stuff here baked in. I don't love it. Okay. Almost like an at-will first level feature, or first level spell. Almost. I mean, the range on that's insane. It's anywhere. Okay. Now, that means you have advantage on stuff to track it, and determine hidden or disguised. Okay. Choose a bounty once. So I'm not feeling a whole lot of like shenanigan potential here. Really, it's just pretty clear cut. You are the tracking archetype, right? Which, like, some people may feel is a little bit dull, but this is giving you a means of overcoming essentially invisibility, right? Is disguise illusions, so I guess maybe hidden. I don't know if it overrides. Goddamn, I'm still streaming. You're goddamn right, I am. I'm about to get out of here though. Oh yeah, I'm looking at UAH right now. As your bounty, it remains your bounty regardless of how long it's been since you last saw it or a clue of its whereabouts. I guess refreshes when you finish a long rest, but you have to kill it otherwise. Ooh. God, I like this. Oh, jeez. Okay. Is it highlighted with the text or these? Or here? It's making mention of certain spells. I guess it's a stylistic choice that was made. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You excel at anticipating the violent behaviors of your marks. When your bounty or a creature targeted with your Hunter's Mark or Quarry's Mark spell hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to block the blow. When you do, you take is reduced by 10, 1d10 plus your ranger level. Holy shit. So potentially 25 damage? I guess it's your reaction. Here at 15th level, I guess it's... Oh, and it has to be... Okay. Boom, boom. So, 5.5. So, average of 20. Okay, 20.5. Upwards of... Wait, did I get that right? No. Yes. No, I did. Scales up with you. Steve like missiles for the... Well, and it's only for an attack. Could be a spell attack. Could be a spell attack. One needs 10 plus your ranger level. I mean, it's good. How powerful is the ranger capstone and sub though? Generally not very. And that's kind of the problem is like ranger, I mean, they have their scaffolding kind of like, you know, offensive expanded spells or like slash companion in here. It's something that gives you like a little bit of oomph onto an attack, right? This is pretty nice oomph right here for a lot of builds other than dual wielding. Live capture. Because it's live capture and then yeah, and then a little bit of damage oomph on top of it. Okay. It is basically just utility right here. Except for this is a nice cheese. And that is giving you a nice oomph into the efficient takedown stuff. Yeah, it's like I'm fine with this as is. And I think like any of the hangups I'm kind of having are like, oh hey, thank you for the subscription, Mega Jason. Any of the hangups I'm kind of having are mostly like I'm jeez. Okay, yeah, the dogs are kind of going nuts. Yeah, you gain HP on a hit, right? Efficient takedown is one that I'm like, I'm curious to hear why Ross went in this direction with it. And made it to where like some of the 2-weapon fighting stuff might not, it doesn't really embrace some of those builds, right? Because like I'm fine with this for right now. It reduces the speed to 0. Like, God, that's really good. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I'll hit him up. I am all good with the mechanics that are happening in here. This is just the one that I'm like curious about. You know, because it's been a, it's always been at least a philosophy of mine personally, right? I'm not saying, you know, but like if I'm designing a thing and I'm like, I want to make sure that there's not really any bad builds, right? I want people to be able to come up with the option that they want to make, right? I'm just giving them a palette to kind of color their option with. Live capture does make it to where it's not that rough. At least on a dual wielding build. But for everybody else, it's just so good. Oh, that's so good. Like, man. The power swing on that's pretty insane depending on what build you're going with. I wonder why. It's not like Ross did not see that. Ross did this intentionally. I'm just curious what the puzzle piece is. Huh. Oh, man. Okay, yes, I do need to go to the bathroom. Oh, my lord. All right. All right. This has been very fun. 6.5 hours been streaming. Yes. Discord, Patreon. Yeah, go check out Ultimate Adventures Handbook. Jesus. Okay, I gotta pee. Anyways, it's been fun hanging out with you guys. Thank you, Patreon sponsors. I'm sorry, having trouble thinking peeing. All right. Love you guys. I will see you. Go.